your seats. We apologize for this slight delay. We're waiting for our esteemed guests to join us. My name is Vasos Vasiliou. I'm an associate professor at the Computer Science Department of the University of Cyprus and member of CYENS. And I'm part of the organizing team. And on behalf of my colleagues, I would like to welcome you in this one-day conference on cybersecurity, democracy in the age of AI. Obviously, the theme is not only of local significance, but of global importance. And as we understand the ramifications of AI, we would like to understand also how the AI may create implications in other fields, like cybersecurity or the democratic process in general. So we have a lot of interesting speeches today, keynote speeches and panels that cover a combination of these issues. And it would be, I will move a bit forward. It would be wrong not to mention the co-organizers. First is the University of Southern California, who prompted this organization, this one-day conference, and the Election Cybersecurity Initiative very specifically, the University of Cyprus, which is also hosting us, the CYENS and Kio's Centers of Excellence, and the Digital Innovation Hub of Cyprus. This event overall is under the auspices of the Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation, and Digital Policy. So, because I'm sure that the day will be very interesting and maybe going a bit fast, I would like to very briefly acknowledge not only the organizing committee, which is from the different institutions I just mentioned, but also acknowledge some of the key persons in making this event a reality today. The communications and marketing managers, the administrative support, and obviously the students and members of the Digital Health and AI lab of Dr. Patilis. So, I'm sure that you know the agenda. As I said, we have 3 keynote speeches and 3 panels. And we will be revisiting these slides at the end of each session so that everybody keeps up. So I think we can start our conference, and as customary, we have a few welcome remarks from the President of the Council of the University of Cyprus, the Director of Science, the Acting Director of Kio's, and Professor Nikias on behalf of USC. So I would like to ask Mr. Anastasiou to give us his welcome speech.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, distinguished speakers and guests. It is a privilege to welcome you in what promises to be a critical and timely conversation on the subject of cybersecurity and democracy at the age of AI, exploring the challenges and opportunities that AI and cybersecurity present to our democratic systems. We live in an era where artificial intelligence is no longer a distant concept. It has become a transformative force in our societies, shaping everything from business and healthcare to education and governance. But with this transformation comes great responsibility, particularly when it comes to protecting the very foundations of our democracies. AI, with all its promise, poses new risks that we cannot afford to ignore. Artificial intelligence can revolutionize how governments engage with their citizens. It can improve public services, enhance voter participation, and even assist in policy making. However, the same technology can also be exploited for disinformation campaigns, algorithmic manipulation, and even cyber attacks that threaten the integrity of democratic processes. We have seen firsthand how misinformation propagated through AI can mislead citizens, deepen divisions, and erode trust in democratic institutions. One of the most pressing concerns we face is the security of our electoral systems. Cyber attacks on voting infrastructures, political campaigns, and even the dissemination of false information are becoming more frequent, more sophisticated, and harder to detect. These attacks are no longer hypothetical. They are happening now, targeting the very mechanisms that ensure free and fair elections. This is not just a technical problem. It is a direct threat to democracy itself. Our digital infrastructures, from electoral systems to public communication platforms, are now critical to ensuring the transparency and fairness of democratic processes. Without strong safeguards in place, the trust that citizens place in their institutions can be easily undermined. As we gather today, it is essential that we acknowledge the urgency for academics, technologists, policymakers, and citizens in general to work together to develop frameworks that ensure the ethical use of AI in democratic processes. We need robust cybersecurity measures to defend against both internal and external threats, and we must be proactive in our efforts to protect democratic institutions before vulnerabilities are exploited. Personally, I'm optimistic. I believe that the same technological advancements that introduce these risks also hold the potential to safeguard our democracies, if harnessed responsibly. I would like to thank you all for being here today and for contributing to this vital discussion. The insights and ideas that emerge from this conference will help us chart a path forward in securing democracy for future generations. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Election Cybersecurity Initiative at the University of Southern California, as well as to the distinguished speakers for sharing their invaluable expertise, with special appreciation to Professor Max Nikias for his leadership in initiating and organizing this event. My sincere thanks also go to the CYENS and Kio's Centers of Excellence, as well as the European Digital Innovation Hub in Cyprus for co-organizing this event with the University of Cyprus. I'm equally thankful to the Deputy Ministry of Research and Innovation for its support and for placing this event under its auspices. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anastasiou. Now, a short intervention by Giorgos Chrysanthou, General Director of Science.
Good morning, everyone. Dear distinguished speakers, guests, and participants, on behalf of the Science Center of Excellence, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference on Cybersecurity and Democracy in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. In a world where artificial intelligence continues to shape our societies, safeguarding democratic processes is of paramount importance. As the chairman already pointed out, we're witnessing rapid advancements in AI technologies, which offers incredible opportunities, but also raises critical concerns about privacy, security, and resilience of democratic institutions. At CYENS, we're deeply invested in AI research and development, while education, environmental sustainability, and social innovation are core priorities. Our research spans a wide range of AI subfields, from computer vision, deep learning, reinforcement learning, to more traditional symbolic rule-based methods, with applications in healthcare, entertainment, culture, environmental informatics, and many more. We are particularly proud of our work in developing interactive and user-centered technologies, such as realistic animated humans with conversational abilities and advanced language models. While such technologies offer great potential for education and engagement, They also raise critical concerns about misinformation and bias. At CYENS, we're committed to addressing these challenges by prioritizing fairness, ethics, and transparency in AI. Our goal is to understand the nature and impact of human biases in interactive media and promote positive interactions between humans and AI. In an era where AI plays an increasingly important role in decision-making, ensuring fairness and transparency in AI systems is crucial for preserving democratic values, protecting individual rights, and maintaining public trust in governance. We are proud to co-organize this event, which serves as a platform for open dialogue, collaboration, and exchange of ideas. We're also fortunate to benefit from the vast expertise of the University of Southern California. USC's pioneering role in AI research and its application in public services, along with its global cybersecurity initiatives and exchanges, bring a unique and valuable perspective to this conference. I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for the great effort, especially the Computer Science Department, the Digital Innovation Hub, Kio's Science. Special thanks are owed to Professor Max Nikias, an old friend of the university and our department in particular, whose vision and initiative were instrumental in bringing this conference to life. Thank you all for being part of this vital discussion, and I wish you a productive and aspiring conference.
I would like to welcome Christos Panagiotou, Acting Director of Kio's.
Good morning from myself as well. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Kio's Research and Innovation Center of Excellence, I would like to welcome you to today's conference on democracy and cybersecurity in the age of artificial intelligence. It is a great pleasure and honor for our center to co-host this very timely event, which is taking place for the first time in Cyprus. In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, we, the citizens, rely more and more on the digital infrastructures. We even live a second life in that digital space. This life, however, is vulnerable to several cyber threats that, as humans, we are not equipped to handle. In the physical world, we use our senses to detect and assess danger and threats. In the digital world, we do not have any sensing capabilities and have to rely on machines and experts to protect us. At the same time, disruptive technologies such as artificial intelligence are not only transforming industries and societies, but also reshaping the way we perceive the world and can impact democracy and institutions. To defend against the invisible enemies, we need to gain a very good understanding of the involved threats. Towards that direction, today's discussion will focus on how advancements in AI technologies are influencing how we understand the world, what we believe and not believe. We will also discuss if AI is a threat to democracy, and hear from world experts about AI threats and mitigation strategies, as well as the experience of the United States in cyber-securing democracy. While the rise of AI can bring positive outcomes such as potential to enhance decision-making, improve operational efficiencies, and strengthen systems, at the same time it can present significant risks. In response to these challenges, the EU has released the AI Act, the first legal regulation on artificial intelligence. This act aims to foster trustworthiness, explainability, and security in AI systems in Europe and beyond. By pursuing standards for safety, transparency, traceability, non-discrimination, and environmental sustainability, the EU AI Act seeks to ensure that AI serves society in a secure, ethical, and reliable manner. At Kio's, we are actively contributing to this effort through various EU and national projects, and address these challenges particularly in the context of safeguarding critical infrastructures and enhancing cybersecurity. Our researchers work on developing robust AI technologies that meet this criteria and contribute to building a safer, more trustworthy digital environment. In another initiative, Kio's, in collaboration with CYENS and other organizations from Cyprus, aim to accelerating the digital transformation of small and medium enterprises, as well as the public sector, by providing AI and cybersecurity services through the Cyprus Digital Innovation Hub, which was formed in 2023 and bring under one roof 15 prestigious Cyprus organizations with expertise in artificial intelligence, high-performance computing, and cybersecurity. We aim to help companies improve their business and production processes, their products and services, enabling them to respond to the digital challenges and become more competitive. Closing, I would like to thank our distinguished guest from the United States and Cyprus for joining us today to share their invaluable insights on these pressing topics. I would extend my gratitude to our co-organizers, the University of Southern California and Max Nikias in particular, the University of Cyprus, CYENS Center of Excellence, and the Digital Innovation Hub for organizing the conference, and the Cyprus Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy for placing the conference under its auspices. I would also like to thank my colleagues from Kio's for all their effort that they have put in organizing the event, particularly Angelos Marmeridis and Christiana Boutouli. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you for your presence here today, and I hope that this conference will be useful and very productive. Thank you.
Well, you've heard the name maybe 5 times already. I think it's time to see the face. And I would like to... Let's keep this light. Yeah?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Vassos. And Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman of the Board, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our conference on cybersecurity democracy. And as you are going to find out, listening to all the presentations and the panel discussions throughout the day, you will realize very quickly that we live in a brave new world with many, many surprises. But it is a privilege to gather here today, united by our shared commitment to safeguarding the integrity of our democratic processes in an increasingly digital world. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for their tireless efforts in bringing us together. I want to single out and give a special thanks to Professor Patihis. Where is Kostas? Where is he? He's right there. Anytime I run an idea by him, he never turns me down. And then, so I refer to him as truly a rainmaker for not only for this conference that we're organizing and having today, but also for other events that we did together in the past. But your dedication has created a platform for insightful discussions and collaboration on this particular vital issue. So as we embark on this journey of exploration and dialogue, let us remember the importance of our collective responsibility in ensuring that our democratic institutions remain robust and secure. And together we can forge paths to innovative solutions that will protect those foundations of our democracy in the face of evolving cyber threats. Several of our presenters today are affiliated with the University of Southern California. And needless to say, I'm immensely proud that USC created many, many years ago the Election Cybersecurity Initiative. Its purpose is very simple: to defend democracy And as far as I know, it is the very first organized academic initiative devoted to this purpose in the United States. Adam Powell, from whom you will hear later this morning, is the leader and the driving force behind this initiative. But you will also be hearing from Jeff Cole, the executive director of the USC Center for the Digital Future, on the decline of users' faith in the credibility of the online world. And Judy Kang is also here with us, who is the special project manager of the USC Election Cybersecurity Initiative. Sarah Mojarat, who is also an expert in misinformation and disinformation, and of course she made it to the trip in Cyprus. Unfortunately, she came out with very severe cold symptoms this morning, and I advised her to stay in the hotel room and not to come wearing a mask. So in the past 4 years, this USC initiative organized and presented workshops in all 50 states in the United States. More than 5,000 election officials, campaign workers, civic leaders and academics have attended all these USC workshops. And I want to repeat that the threats to democracy today are very real through cyber threats. We have begun to develop tools to address those threats, and I urge everyone to pay close attention today. So thank you, and let us have a productive day.
I'm now pleased to introduce Mr. Panos Panagiotou, Cyprus Government CISO, who will deliver an address on behalf of the Deputy Minister of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and honored guests, it is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at this highly important conference co-organized in collaboration with esteemed US partners. A warm welcome to all our guests from abroad, and thank you for honoring us with your presence. The title of our gathering itself, Cyber Securing Democracy in the Age of Artificial Intelligence, speaks to the critical junction of technology and governance we must navigate to harness the transformative power of technological developments and shape a future where democracy and humanity thrive. In recent years, the advent of AI has transformed the very aspects of our lives, from how we communicate to how we make decisions. We all know that AI has been around for 20 years. However, the rise of Gen AI, enabling tailored, quality content creation and curation at scale, has opened up a new era in which access to creative and analytical capabilities is not only reserved to IT or AI specialists, but in the hands of literally anyone. In this new, exciting, and also unpredictable AI era, cybersecurity concerns take center stage. None can deny the benefits AI models can have on enhancing cybersecurity capabilities. None. As Cisco's Jisu Patel asserted, it's great time for tipping the scales in favor of the defenses. In addition, the intersection between AI and cybersecurity can significantly strengthen the transparency, accountability, and inclusivity of the global democratic system, leveraging on AI capabilities to analyze data, detect threats, and optimize decision-making processes, and fortifying cybersecurity measures to safeguard critical infrastructure and combat disinformation, nations can strengthen the foundations of their democratic institutions. Yet these advancements come significant challenges, particularly in safeguarding the very democratic principles that underpin our societies. As AI enhances cyber defenses capabilities, it also augments the effectiveness of cyber attacks and misinformation. Evasion techniques, data poisoning, deepfakes are some. The rise of AI has automated and enhanced the capabilities of traditional cyber attacks, making attacks more sophisticated, targeted, and challenging to detect and respond to. However, the threats posed by cyber attacks, misinformation, and the misuse of AI tools are not just technical ones. They are fundamental questions of trust, of integrity, and the future of our democracy itself. The World Economic Forum Global Risks Report 2024 highlights the emergence of AI-generated misinformation and disinformation as the second most severe global risk anticipated over the next 2 years. Without proper controls, according to the UN Secretary General in his last month's message for the International Day of Democracy, AI could destabilize democratic systems for spreading disinformation, fueling hate speech, and distorting public opinion through deepfakes. In a year where more than 2 billion people in at least 64 countries head to the polls, and which social media accelerating the so-called truth decay, lines between reality, deepfakes, and manipulated information become increasingly blurred, and ramification for democracy even ever more serious. One of the most significant effects worth noting is the erosion of trust in institutions, authorities, and the media, as well as skepticism on the benefits of technology itself. Digital trust is the bedrock of digital transformation, a key driver for the digital economy, and one we must safeguard at all costs. How do we achieve this, though? How do we advance the digital transition and also ensure our democratic institutions remain robust in the face of these challenges? Success lies in responsibly and effectively navigating ethical considerations, establishing robust yet also innovation-friendly regulatory frameworks, strengthening cyber resilience, and fostering ethical, transparent, and accountable AI development. That is what the European Union is trying to achieve with the AI Act. Classifying risks and systems into acceptable levels, this legislation sets clear requirements and obligations regarding AI development, deployment, and use, so as to ensure AI systems respect fundamental rights, safety, and ethical principles. That's why other countries are also trying to achieve with similar efforts, such as the UN Advisory Body on AI Governance, the UK's Guidelines for Secure AI System Development, and the creation of the US AI Safety Institute. We must all recognize that cybersecurity democracy in the AI era is not solely the responsibility of governments or corporations. It is a shared obligation that requires collaboration among academia, industry, and civil society. The dialogue we initiate here must extend beyond these walls and influence policymaking and public discourse. Today's event and the broader collaboration between the University of Cyprus and USC from the United States is a great example of the power of knowledge sharing and cross-border partnerships in tackling these complex issues. Dear friends, today we are faced with the imperative to not only protect our democratic systems, but to enhance them through technology. To make sure that as more aspects of life move to the digital sphere, digital technologies are used in line with democratic values and principles. As we delve into discussions on policy frameworks, technological innovations, and best practices, let us keep in mind the ethical considerations that we must guide our actions. We have a responsibility to ensure that AI serves as a tool for empowerment and security rather than a means of division. As AI equips malicious actors with tools and techniques to influence public opinion, let us also remember the importance of education in this endeavor. By equipping the next generation with the skills and knowledge to navigate this complex digital landscape, we can foster a society that is not only informed, but actively engaged in safeguarding its democratic institutions. As digital threats continue to evolve, nations must work together to empower their citizens and also promote a safer and more resilient global digital environment. Yet we understand that this is an ongoing journey. As AI technologies evolve, so must our strategies and responses. In conclusion, I encourage all of you to share your insights, challenges, options, and collaborate openly. AI is not to be condemned. AI is something we need to embrace and leverage for the benefits of society. Together we can chart a path toward the future where democracy thrives in the age of artificial intelligence, where technology enhances our democratic processes, empowers citizens, and protects our fundamental rights. Thank you all, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions that await us.
We were lucky to have welcome remarks which were short, so we're back on track as far as the schedule is concerned. We're kicking off now the main conference deliberations, and I'm honored to introduce our first keynote speaker, Mr. Jeffrey Cole, Executive Director of the Center of the Digital Future at USC. He will deliver keynotes on the impact of AI on the credibility of information in the online world. And I'm sure that his deep expertise in all things future will help us understand why we trust or mistrust these types of technologies. Where's Mr. Cole?
All right, Jeff. And will I control my presentation?
You will.
That's fine. Well, thank you. This is my third time in Cyprus. I could not be happier to be here. Thank you for this wonderful welcome. And as you watch the organizers today, if you see any of us moving around slowly, we had an extraordinary feast last night for dinner. So much that I don't think anybody had breakfast this morning. Sadly, in 13 days, this subject we're talking about is going to become probably the most talked about issue on the planet. I don't think there's anyone who thinks our election is going to be decided in less than 4 or 5 days. Already we're seeing reports of malicious actions, disinformation spreading just at a hyperspeed. So our timing could not be more perfect. What I want to talk about is an absolute assault on truth. The ability to distinguish what's real from what's not real. Now we've seen already, if you look at one of our late night comedians in America, Stephen Colbert, he coined, this was 15 years ago, a term that began to get at this when he talked about truthiness. Truthiness is not truth. Truthiness is sort of in the vicinity of truth. May have some kind of relationship to what is true, but now we don't even have much of that. And I think the most relevant quote on this came from one of our great senators and one of our great policymakers, Daniel Patrick Moynihan. It's now a very famous quote when he said that everybody is entitled to their own opinion, but they're not entitled to their own facts, or their own set of facts. And that's what we're looking at. Digital changed all of this. It took it to a level that was never conceived before. And therefore, I want to look at some of the work we've done. We believed 25 years ago that the internet was going to change everything. And when I was in graduate school, I was always taught that the most important medium before the internet was television, and that we blew it with television. Television in the 1940s was the only mass medium we knew ahead of time was going to be a mass medium. There was no question that radio listeners were going to embrace radio with pictures. So what I was taught that we should have done, but didn't do, is we should have tracked people before they had television, and then gone back to them year after year as they acquired and used television to see how it changed in this case, their lives. Where did the time for television come from? How did it change our connection to the civic process? How did it change our behaviors? And all of those other things that we could have learned. And at the turn of the century, around 1998-99, I became convinced with my center that the internet was going to be far more important than television. Of course, we never could have believed it would become as important as it did. But believing that the internet was more important than television, in '99, we started tracking the internet. We started in the US, we moved quickly to 5 other countries. We've been doing this work for 25 years. We're in 36 countries, including Cyprus. We've been in Cyprus since 2007. And we really have some pretty extraordinary data tracking people and watching their behaviors as they've gone online, how their use of other media has changed, and how their personal lives and political lives and economic lives have changed. So we call this project the World Internet Project, and I want to share some of the data from that as we go through all of this and see how these things have changed. But let's start by looking at some of the Let's start by looking at some of the impacts on what digital has done to news. We've seen, first of all, before we look at the data, we've seen the collapse of most news around the world. In the United States, we have seen 1,500 newspapers close since 2005. We've seen the economic base of almost all news media erode and then disappear. Once again in the US, but these numbers hold up for Europe, they're a little different. In Asia, from 2000 to 2017, We've seen 50% of the advertising which supports most news media be sucked out of television, radio, newspapers, and magazines, and in most countries go to two places, Google and Facebook. We've seen the lack now, the inability to hire professionally trained journalists and editors. We've seen lack of interest on the part of the audience, who was accused in the MTV generation of having attention spans that only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. Now we're talking about attention spans, if you look at TikTok, that are less than 30 seconds. The total inability to substantially look at issues and understand them. We've seen the news around the world, and I'll show you some of the sources of news in a couple of minutes, really collapse. The second thing we've seen that we really haven't seen on this scale before are the number of bad actors, including some states as bad actors. We certainly know with the American election in 2016, the Russians played some part, perhaps the Chinese did, the Iranians have been accused of interfering in American and other elections. We have seen real, and we also have some malicious actors on their own, individuals who have gained power never before imagined from the internet. And then the third thing we've seen, which has taken this into hyperspeed, is social media. You know, the interesting thing about the internet, since we were there tracking it almost from the beginning, is the internet started with all this hope and optimism. Back in the 2000 or so, we were all excited that the internet was going to empower us. It was going to connect us to the world. We could communicate with everyone no matter where they were, and we could do that, incidentally, for free and in real time, irrespective of distance. There was even a great book came out called The Death of Distance. We believed that the internet was going to give us access to information that you had to go to great libraries to access before digital. And we believed that anybody could become a journalist, which around 2000 sounded like a good idea. Sadly, anybody and everybody has become a journalist with rather disastrous results for what we're talking about today. So let's start. I want to share with you a number of slides, and let's walk through these. And do I have a pointer? I can live without a pointer, but if there is a pointer, okay, that's, oh, they are, okay, let me just, I don't use slides very often. I just want to go back to, yeah, if you can get, if we've got a pointer, I'll take it. Do we have a USB port on there? Thanks. To the rescue. Because I'm going to walk over here, because I want to really... Something, I don't want to be a complainer, but something has happened to the slides. No, those are okay. But these, I have a feeling, let me just go. Okay, those have. The text has disappeared. Oh, well, let me, I won't devote as much time as I wanted to this slide. But let me just show you, the numbers are missing, and I don't know, something happened. I guess this has got even the heading on. Okay. What this is, and I was actually very proud of this slide because we're one of the only ones who can produce, you'll see other ones. We're one of the only ones that can produce this kind of slide. But what this shows, and all the numbers and charts, but this is what's, this goes goes from 2000 to 2024 and shows how much of the information on the internet do users find to be reliable. And if you look at this number, this is those who find most of the information on the internet to be reliable. This yellowish or mustard color. This is those who find about half of the information on the internet to be reliable. And this is those who find little or none of the information. This actually, it's missing the numbers there, but that's about 8% in 2000 who found that very little of the information on the internet was reliable. That has climbed over 20 years to about 25%. Significant climb. Those who find almost all or most of the information reliable started at about 58% and has dropped to about 27%. We've seen just a significant collapse. I don't want to spend too much time on that because something happened with it. But let me just make sure I'm going in the right direction. But I do want to show a couple of interesting things about where people get their information. This is all users across all 36 countries. Oh, I need this. Okay, that works because I need to see the slide. Thank you. This is across 36 countries. Where do people get their information? This is the American version, putting in the example. You can see I've gotten rusty on using slides. Sorry about that. You can see we're using American examples, but we just changed those in each country. But where people get their information to get news, you can see overall, internet news has become number one, but with local television, a close number two. Broadcast networks, the BBC or RAI is the examples in other countries, a pretty close number three, but Facebook, a significant source of news. Once again, this is among all users. You look at cable or satellite, also significant. Radio becoming less significant. YouTube, significant source of entertainment, but not of news. Twitter, or X, has dropped. That's dropping rapidly because of the maniac who owns Twitter and or X. Online daily newspapers becoming less and less important. Podcast, 14%. Printed daily newspapers, 12%. And you can see, but that's of all users. If you look at users 18 to 24, you can see newspapers, radio, those things don't even register. If you look at 18 to 24, it's internet search engines towering over everything, then it's YouTube, then it's Twitter, then it's Facebook, then it's podcasts. If you look at users over 65, you can see it's just a whole different world. We're getting our information from completely different places. You can see local television is 58%, broadcast networks 48%, then cable. Internet search engines do show up, and radio is still at 36%. So this is some of our newest information. Unfortunately, these slides look like they all came through well. Let's start by looking at how serious a problem do users consider misinformation to be. Incidentally, I could stand here and in 10 minutes make distinctions between the term misinformation and disinformation. And in certain instances, those distinctions are important. But consumers, users, talking to them, they are completely synonymous or overlap. They don't make any distinction between misinformation or disinformation. But if you look, and this is 2 years, and this is 2 years of, I don't want you to get bored with me not maneuvering the slides properly. If you look, you can see changes just from 22 to 23. But a very small percentage say it's not at all a serious problem. 5% say misinformation is just not a big deal. So 95%, rounding off, say that misinformation is a problem, and the percentage who say it's an extremely serious is still lower than those who say somewhat or very, but you can see it's climbing a little bit. And those who say it's only somewhat is shrinking a little bit. But the most important numbers for 2023, you can see about 64%, or almost 2/3 of people, say that misinformation is very serious or extremely serious. If you ask people, have they themselves ever been affected by misinformation? Once again, no, started at about 60%, is now less than half, so over half of us have been affected by misinformation in some way. But what were the consequences? Because there could be something that just, you got a baseball score or a soccer score wrong and told people and you had to be corrected, or it could be a fundamental issue in the political debate. And if you look, you can see that still the consequences, although over half of us have been affected, in most instances the consequences are still minor. But look at that change in 1 year, a growth of 10%. And those who say extremely or very serious also grown not quite 2%. It's moving in the wrong direction. And that's true with almost all of the numbers we're looking at. And then who's responsible for the spread, for the creation or spread of misinformation? And there's a number of these here. We've organized this by what was the number, if you look at the blue year, if you look at 2022, what was the single highest number in 2022? And then it goes down, but it begins to change. But you can see that the single biggest source of misinformation in 2022 was highly influential individuals. That, incidentally, may be changing again this year. Dropped a little bit, but now with Elon Musk taking on the Trump campaign, giving $1 million a day to anyone who registers to vote and answers his questions. But on the other side, Bill Gates, yesterday it was announced, contributed $50 million to the Democratic campaign. Our billionaires in America have gotten very, very active in this campaign. There seem to be more billionaires on the Democratic side, but the richest man in the world, and the most obnoxious man in the world, is a big Trump supporter. So highly influential individuals, but in 2023, the #1 reason rose to social media. And just in 1 year, it went from 58 to 64, blaming Twitter, blaming Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and all the other social media platforms. How responsible are partisan or highly political media channels? And that was #3 and has stayed pretty consistent at #3. Highly influential organizations on all sides of the spectrum also stayed pretty consistent. No movement in 2 years there, and this list is actually a little bit longer. If you look at traditional media, they also get blamed. That actually surprises me a little bit, and that has grown a tiny bit from 22 to 23. Government's blame has grown more substantially, whether that's governments for what they do or what they don't do to combat this. Companies also at about the 50% level. Churches get more of a break. People don't seem to be blamed, but still a third. And schools really get a pass on the spread of misinformation. And then who is most responsible? That question was who were all of the people who played a role. This is now who is most responsible. And you can see the blame rests squarely with social media companies, but with highly influential organizations, all of these churches disappeared, as you can see. And AI, which we started asking this year, getting a little bit of blame for the spread of misinformation. But I would argue that most people don't really have a strong understanding of what AI means. And as I was saying before with the internet started with all this great promise that it was going to make the world better. AI started exactly the opposite. AI started with fear. Fear that it was going to take away our jobs, in some cases end human life, and I'm going to show you numbers on all that in a few slides. AI started overwhelmingly with negatives. As a matter of fact, it's been very difficult for people to see the positive role that AI may play in our lives, and I think the extremely positive role it may be able to play in curbing misinformation. It can certainly create it, and we're getting to the point on CNN in the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep because I had too much to eat last night. In the middle of the night, they were showing a whole new set of deep fakes and trying to see if people could tell the difference. And the answer is we're at that point now. We're seeing is not believing. Whose job is it to address misinformation online? Technology industry gets the most responsibility in people's views, and their role in trying to address it has gone up a little bit. Government, significant climb there, but number two. The media is also growing, but a little bit less. Parents and guardians don't get off the hook either. Schools have a role to play in addressing this. You can see almost every organization is climbing, and even churches, which only 13% 2 years ago people thought needed to be responsible for addressing, it's gone up to 18%. And this is a really interesting question. I think Sarah was going to talk a little bit about this in her presentation. It's not feeling well. So let me just spend an extra moment or so here. But what should be done to people who repeatedly spread information online? Later, wisely or not, I'm on a panel later today as well. And we'll talk about the problem. If you were going to make misinformation a crime, how would you define it? Could you define it? Is it an endless going around in circles? But let's just assume in this question, because we're asking people, what should we do with people who repeatedly spread misinformation? And we start with the most modest punishments. Issue a warning. And you'll see, incidentally, tolerance is dropping rather significantly. We expect after this year to see it drop substantially more. But of those, should we punish them by issue a warning? Started at around 20%, it's now down to 13%. People are losing faith in this having much teeth or being very effective. To be fined went from about 14 to about 17, so going up a little bit. To have their internet or digital privileges temporarily suspended are almost not quite a quarter, under a quarter, dropped within the margin of error. Permanently suspended is at about 30%, but interestingly, to be criminally charged. Once again, it would be extraordinarily difficult to define misinformation, but it can be done, and I'll provide some suggestions later today. But those who say who would be criminally charged has gone up 6 points in 1 year. And my guess is you're going to see in the next year, we do this in a year from now, that's going to be over 30%. The percentage, when we start seeing who some of these bad actors are, when we understand what their goals are, particularly in cases when they may be coming from offshore. But it's a really interesting question. And then how confident are you that you can recognize misinformation online? We only asked this year, and the 23 we did actually at the end of this year. We'll have a whole, anyone is interested, be happy to make the new data, which will be out in about a month, available as well. But you can see people overall are not all that confident, although there are a third who are very confident. I don't know if they have the tools and really understand, or they're just sort of arrogant and think they understand. I think our confidence is going to drop as we experience more and more misinformation and fakes. But you can see small percentage say they have no confidence at all, but almost, not almost half, but nearing half say they're not very confident. And, but if you look at some level of confidence, it's about 43, 44%. We expect to see that erode considerably. And have you been taught or trained how to recognize misinformation? Simple question. And the answer is a minority, growing a little bit, and we'll look in a moment at whose responsibility it would be to train you how to recognize information. But under 30% have been trained. And by trained, we don't mean necessarily with a formal program with an outcome. This can be people talking to you, showing you things, pointing things out. But if you, of those who were taught, of the, what's now 28%, 28.8%, who have been trained or taught, where were you taught? Well, first of all, there's not a whole lot of confidence, because the number one answer at 17% as I taught myself. In some cases, that may be extraordinarily valuable and reliable, but in most cases, not. Schools, only if you average the 2 years, only 10% are being taught in schools. Back in the era when people were very concerned about sex stereotypes on television and violence, media literacy became an extraordinarily important concept. Well, here, misinformation or digital literacy is obviously rising, but still from very low levels. How many were taught or trained by public service messages? Pretty small number. The media, even a smaller number. And sadly, parents or guardians, but parents or guardians by definition are older than we are. And hopefully that is something that will change over the long term as today's very comfortable digital users who use digital information, and I showed you a few minutes ago among those over 55 or 60, how their sources are traditional. Hopefully this will really change. There's a significant amount of room for growth here. And churches, I wouldn't expect churches to be all that high on this. That's not something, other than to the degree they want to teach values. And I want to show you some of our, and this is absolutely current work, I want to show you some of our current data on AI. And these are all one-year questions. But first, attitudes on AI. How many people, come over here or breathe a little better. How many people agree with the statement that AI will make my life better? It will make life better. You're going to have it. All right, whatever works. Now, thank you for a second. How many people agree that AI will make life better? And you can see that about 22% somewhat believe that, and about 38% somewhat or strongly believe that. So a little bit of optimism in there. The ones who think it will as opposed to not, about 10-point gap. How many people think that AI, going from that nice making my life better, how many people think my life is going to become irrelevant because it could mean the end of humankind? And for those who are not versed in this, I think most of you are, this is a very serious area. This is not a bunch of kooks. Although Elon Musk, who but his credibility as an innovator and a disruptor is unassailable. And Musk says that AI is the greatest threat to humankind, far more than nuclear weapons, and you have to take that seriously. This is the guy launching rockets, and this guy knows what he's doing, except when it comes to politics. Well, incidentally, just since I'll give you mine, I'll just digress for a second. My belief, if you want to understand Elon Musk, you have to understand that he's four things. Elon Musk is a genius, a visionary, an asshole, and an immature brat. And incidentally, my mother would be offended. I don't think I've never used the word asshole in public, but it's the only word that really describes. And the asshole is as important as the genius. If you took any one of those four things away, the whole thing would collapse. So anyway, on this issue of ending human life, we know, of course, of 2001 and how the computer who took over the spaceship and ended the life. Not Dave was the astronaut who made his way back. I forget what the astronaut who he terminated was. Anybody remember? And Skynet and the Terminator movies, but of this extraordinary concept that we're creating the machines that will produce our own extinction as a human species. A pretty serious thought, pretty disturbing thought. You can see that almost a quarter of us share that. Really do think it could mean the end of humankind. Happily, about twice as many, not quite twice as many, disagree that it's going to mean the end of humankind. I incidentally can't make that distinction yet. I don't see how, although it's really scary when you talk to the head of Google or you talk to the head of Microsoft and they talk about when these machines are not in use, they are what they call hallucinating and doing things that they don't fully understand what they're doing. And then, of course, the question, will it severely affect employment or cause massive unemployment? Almost half agree with that statement. And this is where I think a lot of the negativity, but you can see the positives really are outweighed by the fears of AI. This is also, do you agree or disagree with these statements? It will help us become more efficient in what we do. That's pretty optimistic. 17–18% disagree. Almost half of us agree that it will make us more efficient in what we do. AI is overhyped. We're starting to hear this a little bit. That is AI, that we've made too big a deal out of this, some people are saying. This argument that AI is overhyped and its influence will not be large. Almost half of us disagree with that idea. Most of us either are neutral or agree, but almost half. And it could be used to monitor people's lives. Look at that. Only 13% disagree. We become very cynical, or depending on what's going on in the world, we become very realistic. We do live in a world where there is no privacy. But you can see that almost 2/3 of us think it will be used to monitor people's lives. And is it possible to regulate AI if we really want to deal with misinformation and make elections more secure and make us more comfortable with the results and democracy is really working? Is it possible to regulate? You can see that about 27%, a little over a quarter, say it is. But 11% say it isn't, and then a larger percentage, the largest say it's too early to know what needs to be regulated, we should wait, and then a lot of people are unsure. So there's not a whole lot of confidence yet that it can be regulated. And of those who don't think it's possible to regulate AI, Why do you think it's not possible? And number one reason, it's already too late. The technology is already out there and active and cannot be contained. The horse is out of the barn and it's just too late. Not as many, but almost half of us say there will always be bad actors and you really can't regulate criminals and people who live underground, and I happen to share that view. That's almost half. And then it drops a little bit, but these are all significant. Competing countries will never agree to be regulated. But if you look at the two biggest AI powers that we know of on Earth, China and the US, we have different goals, and what's good for one may be perceived as not good for the other. You'll never get all these countries aligned, and some of those countries are bad actors. And then competing companies. You'll never get Microsoft and Google and ChatGPT and all these other companies to agree. Although there was a time Google would have agreed when they thought they were about to get completely disrupted by AI. Their search engine was truly threatened, and it still sort of is. And then just a little, just very quickly, just to finish this, just to show you a little bit, because privacy and security fit into this a little bit, and this is where we have, and thankfully these slides came through, this is where we have all this data. It's about $4 million worth of data up there. It doesn't look it. No. So asking, how concerned are you about your personal information? Because that's one of the things that gets hacked that can lead to misinformation. And on the issue, if you just look, those who are very concerned, you can see it started at about 62%, rose in the first couple of years, has dropped, and has pretty consistently dropped. But in this, of course, is the social media era, that has risen a little bit, but now is at 37, is lower than it's been. And those who are not at all concerned have stayed low. But those who are only, what we're really seeing is a major shift. You can see how much higher those who were very concerned were than somewhat. And now the somewhats are considerably higher than the extreme. And if you look at privacy concerns, starting with the easy one again, you can see that those who have no concerns about privacy started in 2000 at 6%. That was before they saw all the things, and this was before social media, when people didn't buy online, all those other things. What started at 6%, 20-some years later, only rose to 10%. Those who have no concerns. Those who were very or extremely concerned about their privacy started at about 65, dropped pretty precipitously, rose, this is the social media era, but has dropped and has significantly dropped, and then went up in 20, and it's at about 43. So it went from about 64 to 43, the extremely concerned, and the somewhat went from 30 to about 47. So we've seen some moderation. I don't think things have changed. I think we've gotten used to this, and in most cases, terrible things don't happen. You know, in the beginning, if you remember back to the earliest days of the internet, you would put your credit card online if you were willing. Most people were not, and you had no idea what happened. You knew what happened when you handed your credit card to a waiter in a restaurant, but most of us have put our credit, almost you have to. During COVID, it was almost a life support system to buy online, and most of us have not had problems. And we can exchange today. And then one last question. This is my favorite question, and this sort of just talks about everything we're talking about. It's broader. But a question we wanted to know, just as countries always ask people, is the nation on the right track? We wanted to know, have all these communication technologies in our life When we started asking this question in 2000, it was about pagers and desktop computers. Now, of course, it's about smartphones and tablets. But the question is, have all these communication technologies made the world a better place or a worse place? And you can see those who say a worse place started at about 8% and has steadily, but not greatly, but steadily risen to now where it's about 18% who say all this stuff has made the world worse. This, of course, looks at the rise of social media, the rise of broadband, which let us distribute video around the world, and now all of this hate speech and misinformation. And those who say it's made the world a better place started out, this is the optimism I talked about, at about 68% and has dropped to about 40%. So the belief that all this technology, none of this is going to get anybody to stop using smartphones or to change our behaviors, but it shows we've become a little cynical or realistic. And those who say neither a better or a worse place went from about 28 to about 40 as well. Those two are tied. So we'll be happy to make that data available. But the question is, and we'll touch on this, I want to make sure, and then a little later on the session I'm on, although you may have heard as much from me as you want to hear, we'll look at some of the things that we think can be solutions. But the solutions, the questions we need to look at, are the solutions technological, legal, or behavioral? In my view, they're probably not legal because of the difficulties in defining. But one of the real potentials of AI is the ability, just as it has this immense ability to generate misinformation, it also has an ability to detect and, in some cases, eliminate. We want to look at that. We want to look at how you change people's behavior. We want to look at how you would do school training and community training. But I also think in trying to deal with misinformation, shaming can play a role. Not with truly bad actors. But if you come back to, and of course sadly, I think the whole world has an obsession with Trump. During his presidency, the Washington Post, one of its reporters, David Farimold, won a Pulitzer Prize for counting and listing his lies as president. And in 4 years, it was over 4,000. And you can go look at the whole list. There is a role for shaming, I don't think with him, but with other people. And I want to come back a little bit later and talk about that. And with no slides whatsoever. But for now, let me stop and turn it over, and we'll play with some of these ideas a little bit later. Thank you very much.
I think it would be wrong for us not to give the chance to for a couple of questions.
Oh, I'd be delighted. I wasn't sure you had the time.
Well,
sure.
We can make time.
I welcome whether your questions about methodology, questions about what we found, your explanations for what we found, maybe because I'm pretty good at methodology and we think our work is sound, but my interpretation of why these things is no better than yours. So I welcome your thoughts as to what all this may mean. Yes?
There's a microphone from just press the...
Thank you. I would like to ask you, could you define the difference between misinformation and disinformation? Also, how does that align with the US and the freedom of speech? In the EU, we have consumer protection laws. We define about misinformation. There's clear directions with consumer products in a sense. But I was really interested to hear how do you define these two terms. Thank you.
Well, there's no precise agreement on the distinctions in those terms. Most people use misinformation for untruths that are spread. Disinformation tends, in most people's views, to come from governments, to have a kind of Orwellian, with ministers of propaganda putting out disinformation and statements misleading countries on policy. But as I mentioned at the beginning, if you're going to ask people about it, those distinctions all get blurred. But there are some important distinctions. As far as freedom of speech is one of the greatest values Americans have, and it's one of the biggest problems in dealing with all of this. Because, frankly, our First Amendment gives you the right to offend people, gives you the right to mislead people. The First Amendment was built on the John Stuart Mill marketplace of ideas theory, that as you censor any speech, you may begin to censor all speech, and that all ideas, even bad ideas, should be able to be in the marketplace, and the consumer or the user or the voter will be able to learn and make their own decisions as to which ideas have validity. That was a great theory. It's now under, this is where all these issues about training, recognizing, and those things. So I think something is going to break where this is concerned. If we want to deal with misinformation, it is probably going to abridge some of our personal freedoms. For those who study the First Amendment, you know that our right to free speech is not absolute. You probably know from Justice Holmes the line that you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. In America, you can call for the overthrow of the government, but you can't call for the overthrow of the government by the use of violence. There's a number of different kinds of speech which are not protected, and we may see certain categories of misinformation move into that. Europeans have a much different attitude on a number of issues, particularly regulation of technology. Although keep in mind, most of these big tech companies are American, so maybe we're just being self-serving by not regulating. But their attitude on speech is very different. No, it's not very different. It's somewhat different with some nuances. This first issue, can you define these things? Second issue, can you track who's saying them? And then if you could you punish them? That's a pretty big handful of challenges. Any other questions? Yes. Does everybody have a microphone at their seat?
Yeah.
I've never seen that. I'm impressed.
Hello. Thanks for the presentation. I'm Kirill. Can I ask you, please, if we are talking not about global trends or statistics, let's speak about you as an individual. You are deeply involved in this topic, and let's say, how did your individual behavior or approach changed after the rise of the AI during several years, or after the rise of generative AI during the last couple of years? What did you change when you were working with information, reading news, etc., etc.? That's my question.
I'm certainly happy to answer for myself. I don't know if you can generalize, but I will happily answer your question. Well, first, my biggest was first on misinformation, then on AI. My biggest concern going into this was we weren't going to be able to distinguish truth from fiction, and we were going to give up trying. We were just going to say, I'll never know what the answer is, that sort of Colbert's truthiness. And I have found that there are good sources of information out there. It's getting harder and harder to financially support them, and you have to really get familiar with how organizations are run and track records and who are the people behind it. As far as AI, my goal has been to try to really look at which parts of my life can I use AI actively in. It's certainly been in the research. I'm starting to use it in how I organize my life. I'm a real optimist. I don't believe AI is the end of humankind. If I did, I would just give this all up and go to Bora Bora or something like that. I believe it's an incredible tool that we have to learn how to use. I do believe, however, that even before AI, I've written extensively about how automation is going to eliminate jobs. I think the job fear of AI is very real. Very, very real. And you know, historically, let's use America. In 1900, in America, 4 million Americans made their living from horses. Blacksmiths, carriage makers, people who clean up after horses. And today, about 40,000 people make their living from horses. But usually, the new industry, in this case automobiles, created more jobs than the horse industry lost. And that's not true anymore. I would argue, McKinsey, not that they've got a great track record, but McKinsey says there's going to be 850 million jobs lost worldwide. We estimate 40 million American jobs. Now there will be some new jobs created in AI and in policy officers, but that, I'm guessing now, that may be 5 million jobs, as 40 million are lost. And I don't want to go too down this path because this is the one area of technology that truly depresses me. But if you're really looking at millions of people losing their jobs, not all at once, and we know that every driver job may disappear, with driverless cars, although that's been a rockier road, no pun intended, than we've anticipated, and every checker at a supermarket or a store may disappear. But if we're really looking at the loss of jobs, then we may have to take seriously the concept of guaranteed basic income, paying people, which in America politically would be a nightmare, but we may see it. But even if you give people money to compensate them for the loss of jobs, or young people for the inability to get jobs, if you give them 50,000 euros a year, that's high. But if you did, you know, they would be housed, they would be clothed, they would be fed, but that's just a small percentage of the problem. What's their purpose in life? What do they do when they get up in the morning? And if you don't have a purpose, that leads to excessive video game playing, leads to alcoholism, drug addiction, suicide, and if not dealt with, civil unrest. So that stuff, I think that part of AI is real and needs to be addressed. On that happy note.
I think we need to take a break now. It's also time for coffee break. You can obviously talk to Mr. Cole during the holiday. So let's come back. Well, originally it should be 11. I guess we'll give a few more minutes to enjoy the coffee and the nice weather. And come back around 11:10 for the next keynote. Thank you very much. so that we can start the next session? Thank you. I'm sure more people will join us. But at this point, it's a distinct honor to introduce Mr. Adam Clayton Powell III, Executive Director of the USC Election Cybersecurity Initiative. He will give us equal insights on a slightly different subject, which is the US experience of cybersecurity and democracy and the elections. As we understand, this is a very hot topic now. Given our slight delay, I'm not going to take much more time. Mr. Powell, please.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting us. Thank you for putting together this day of experiences. As I've shared with some of you, in the United States, in each of the 50 United States, we do training. When we are in other countries, here and around the world, what we want to do is listen to what your experiences are, what your best practices are, how you are dealing with many of these questions, and to share information. So what I'm going to do is share some of what we've done in the United States, some with training, but mostly with how we look at AI and the threats to democracy from some of the same bad actors that are faced here at Cyprus and around the world. So I'm going to also take the liberty that my colleague Jeff Cole did and walk around a bit. So I'll turn on the microphone. I'm going to go through a lot of material. I will be here all day, and you can always reach me after today by email. Very simple email address, truevote@usc.edu. And that's also, if you want to subscribe, we have a weekly newsletter that goes out with a lot of the information that we have in here, updated every week. So you can always just reach us by truevote@usc.edu. We have a joke in the United States that sometimes it's better to be lucky than to be smart. We were very lucky that in 2015, when election cybersecurity was not on anybody's mind in the United States, and you heard from Max and Kio's earlier that we believe we may have the first team that was put together for election cybersecurity in the US. The man on the left with the beard his name is Vince Cerf. He's been a friend of ours for 30 years. He invented the internet. And he came to a meeting in 2015 at our office, and he suggested, he said, USC should start a team about cybersecurity, securing everything, IoT, everything connected to the internet. Huge job. And he said, well, you have to start somewhere. So, and he's a vice president now at Google, and he said, we'll give you a little bit of money to have a startup team. So we put together a team by appointments at USC. We're in engineering with Max and Kio's and in communication. So we put together a team in communication and engineering. But then, a short time later, I met Max and Kio's in Shanghai. And I don't know if you remember, that was at a USC conference in China. And he asked me, you're getting a little bit of money from Google. What's this about? And I said, we're doing something on cybersecurity. And he said, you are thinking too narrowly. I said, uh-oh. And he said, no, this is not just communication and engineering. This is, yes, it's engineering. Yes, it's communication. It's also public policy. Involve the School of Public Policy. It's also business. Involve the USC Marshall School of Business. Get all of these deans involved. Let the law school know what you're doing. And I remember my reaction. I said, Max, you want me to report to 4 deans? And he said, yeah. So we put together a team, engineering, communications, business, public policy, and also law. In dean of USC's law school, Anita Tolson. We were able to get the team together just in time for the first known cyber attack on a US election. 2016, the attack on the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C. And they came to us, they heard about us and said, "You are organized, please help us." Then we heard from the National Governors Association, which is the association of all the 50 states in the United States. They said, "We actually run elections state by state in the United States. We need help, and oh, we don't have any money. Please help us." So we went to different funders. In 2018, which was an off-year election for the United States, for Congress or Senate, House, some local elections, we were able to do 6 of the 50 states with a little bit of money. And then in 2019, standing in the back, our project manager, Judy Kang, she and I were at the National Governors Association annual meeting in, that year was in Utah, Salt Lake City. And we ran into some people from Google who didn't know us, we didn't know them, they didn't know Vince or when they found out what we were doing, they said, "How would you like to do all 50 states?" All 50 states. Before I came to USC, one of my jobs at CBS was I was the manager of political coverage for all 50 states for CBS News. I said, "We're talking about a multi-million-dollar campaign. We don't have time to get that through Google's corporate hierarchy or USC's law department." And I remember the response was, "It's in my budget already." "Oh, did I give you a card?" So we exchanged cards. In 20 minutes, in the hallway at Salt Lake City, we worked out a program where USC was the only entity in the United States, not even the US federal government did this. USC was the only entity in the United States that did training for cybersecurity for each of the 50 states. And as Matt said, we had thousands of election officials, campaign workers, civic leaders, media who joined us. And we had media partners in most of the 50 states. We had university partners in most of the 50 states. So it became a true national effort, which we were able to gear up for our immediate past presidential election 4 years ago. We decided to consult with people who run elections in the United States, including people who have run presidential, state, and local campaigns. And we met with managers of national Democratic campaigns. One was Bob Shrum, who ran John Kerry's presidential campaign in 2004, and other Democratic campaigns. And Mike Murphy, who ran the Bush campaign and other Republican campaigns. We were having a meeting at the USC campus, and I said, "We're like you. We're going to run a 50-state campaign, but without a candidate." And Shrum said, "Adam, you're wrong. Your candidate is democracy." Ooh, there's like a tremor went through the room. I said, "Okay, that's our slogan from now on. Our candidate is democracy." And I always said that we would credit Shrum whenever we used that. So that became our campaign. The other thing that happened in talking to campaign managers is we began saying, okay, we have 11 things we want people to learn about election cybersecurity. And Shrum and Murphy in that meeting, they both just went, "Try 3. 3. And Shrum actually was one of the people who said, "Start with passwords." Passwords. Start with passwords. There are going to be 8,000 election jurisdictions in the United States conducting a presidential election. 8,000. Each one of them has different methods, times of voting, days of voting, how you vote, how you count votes. And so each one of those 8,000 election districts has to be prepared to operate safely against cyber attack. So we began in January of 2020. This was our first workshop in Maryland between Baltimore and Washington. As you can see, a lot of people came in person. workshops around the country. Here's one. They gave us the state capital in the state of Ohio, and we conducted our workshop in the state capital, and people would be upstairs on walkways. They would look down and see what was going on downstairs, and they came down. So that was actually one of our biggest crowds, because all the people working in the state capital could see a crowd downstairs. Also, we served a free lunch at home. We also started doing them in other countries. We were invited by South Africa to come and do a program before their election. And as I said, we do training in the United States. In other countries, we want to listen. And this is where we first heard a significant variation. He's from the South African Electoral Commission. He said, we have central control and we vote on paper. So problems you have with 8,000 election districts and different kinds of voting machines and different kinds of paper all over the country, we don't have that. One kind of voting, that's on paper. And I said, well, okay, how do you know who's eligible to vote? Oh, we have a list of voters. Okay, where's the list of voters? It's in computers. He said, yes, we have a problem that Russians, we don't know if it's the government or individual criminals, they attack our voter rolls and they want us to pay them. It's a nice election you're having, pay us, or you don't know who's eligible to vote. We've been invited to also the universities in other parts of the world to do conferences like this one, but jointly with them. So here's the last one we did. It was entirely virtual. 2-day conference with universities around Africa on AI and the future of democracy, with presentations around Africa. So what we hope with sessions such as this one is, this is the beginning of a relationship, and we look forward to being able to do things. I mean, COVID was very unfortunate, but one of the positive things that came out of COVID is we all know how to use video now. And so we've been able to reach thousands of people all over the world using video. This year, we did programs at both of the major national conventions in the United States for people who were there, including journalists, delegates, and campaign advisors and others. We've done programs in our Washington, D.C. Campus, and we've also been in other countries, Singapore, Taiwan, where they had their election, South Africa again. Now we're in Cyprus. Our next one will be in Australia. And most of them, as with this one, are public and live streamed. Sometimes we have to talk about information which is sensitive and cannot be public because we don't want to let the bad actors know exactly how we're defending, particularly in some cases where we're sharing information with our intelligence agencies and intelligence agencies of other countries. So again, the U.S. experience. This is the month of mischief. This is the month before our election. And not just with AI, not just with cybersecurity, this has always been the time, what we call the October surprise. Something bad is going to happen. As I said, I used to be a journalist for much of my career. We know, without the possibility of contradiction, the October before a presidential election, odd things would start to happen. In one election where I was a campaign director, we began getting phone calls. This is before people using the internet for email. We just got phone calls. People saying, there is a national candidate who is a convicted felon. Okay, so where is the arrest record? Where are the court records? If he's convicted, there should be records. Oh, they've been covered up. And so I was then running National Public Radio News. I said, I'm not certain I believe this. I need more information. I need more proof. And so it was just as Jeff Cole, I don't know where he is in the room, but as Jeff Cole was saying, how do you know what's true? Well, in journalism, the traditional journalism test is you check it out. And the joke in the United States is, your mother says she loves you, check it out. So you make calls, try to find other sources of information. We couldn't find other sources of information, but our reporters, some of the best reporters in the United States said, oh, NBC NBC News has it. They're going to use it, and we'll lose our exclusive, so we should go on the air first. I said, if NBC has it, they know more than we do. So after the election, the head of the NBC Washington Bureau, a good friend of mine, I called him, I said, did you have this story about one of the candidates being a convicted felon? He said, yeah, we didn't believe it, but we were told that you had it too. And since your evening newscast goes on before ours, we would simply listen to you. And if you had it, we would start to think about it. So, October surprise. Look what's happening now. Russia, China, and Iran. And we've just heard from the National Director of Intelligence of the United States, Cuba. So, as you can see, we've had hacks on the Trump campaign, and as you can see, I'm footnoting each one of these with a source. We're happy to make these slides available to you. You can email me, again, truvo@usc.edu. You can open these up and see more information with links for each of these. But you can see, Iran is hacking into the Trump campaign. China, they don't seem to like either candidate, so they're trying to interfere with local elections. But Russia, they're back, and this time they're attacking Vice President Harris, mainly with information, misinformation about immigration. So now, of course, with social media, this is a whole new area that bad actors can use for bad information. So anti-Trump TikTok videos. So where does AI come in? With artificial intelligence, you can create realistic videos of Donald Trump or President Biden or Vice President Harris or anybody else that are very, very difficult, if not impossible, for humans to accept. Maybe with AI, but the humans looking at the screen can't detect that it's a fake. And I love this quote, made it trivially easy to splice together clips and voice scripts. So this is something which just came out this month, that a fire hose of anti-Semitism from China. Again, targeted local racism. You don't see it at the presidential level, but you see it at the local level, where, again, they're trying to influence voters. In this case, China is targeting members of Congress and local elected leaders who are critics of China, trying to reduce their support. Here we see Iran using chat again, focusing on Gaza, Olympic Games, and other things to amp up political division in the United States. New York Times, page 1. This has become a major problem throughout the United States. Again, artificial intelligence can create so many messages, written, verbal, video, thousands and thousands of messages targeted individually. And so what is happening is that the county clerks and the secretaries of state, the people who run elections in the United States, run those 8,000 election districts, they have become swamped with a deluge of misinformation. And they're struggling to keep up. As you can see, we're not just looking at problems with false information, but sometimes the individual election officials who are running the elections, they are attacked individually and personally by bad actors. This may be the first case of a head of state who was affected by an AI-produced deepfake video. And who is it? Vladimir Putin. Somebody created a deepfake of Putin declaring martial law and calling up the military in Russia. It was so realistic, Russian television put it on the air. The Kremlin went crazy, and they called it, no, this is not Putin. You know, take it off. But this is, as far as we know, the first time a head of state was impersonated on state television. So can happen. It has happened. This is happening right now. And as you can see, this is a year ago. So there may be examples at the local level where there's not as much political attention or news coverage. This could be happening at the local level in the United States and other countries, and it's going undetected or undetected until it's too late. So one thing we found is that bad actors are focus their tools on some of the same weaknesses that have been there for the past 2 election cycles, and which is why the people who run national election campaigns, Bob Trump, one of the first, said, start with passwords. Passwords. Well, it turns out that passwords may be the #1 attack vector that has been successful. So, weak passwords. So, as Max said, we've trained thousands of election directors, campaign workers, and others in the United States. Well, Judy Kang monitors the end of workshop feedback. And what we've discovered is 90% of the people in our workshops change their passwords. We don't want to know what they were before, but they were apparently weak. We actually found one government office password where the password was password. So, weak passwords, using them on other sites. Multi-factor authentication. If you have an online bank account, you probably have to, after you try to sign in, they'll send you by text or something that you have to sign in again. So we'll say, do that for all the political websites, or all of the election websites, to make certain that the bad actors can't get in easily. Social engineering, classic, where they send you a message and it's so, it catches you so off guard and alarms you so that you do something that you know you shouldn't, but you're alarmed, and so you have to train for social engineering. And then one of the big problems is unprotected data on laptops and phones. Now, most modern laptops come with data protection on it, but it may not be turned on. So you have to turn on the data protection. Same thing with phones. So these are some of the common things that we have to teach everyone. And like I said, this goes back to the 2016 and 2018 elections. And for 2020, we did it all people in all 50 states. But what's different now? In 2016, you talked to political consultants in the United States, and they said 2016 was the social media election. This year is the artificial intelligence election. But what does that mean? We've been taking all these precautions, we've been seeing some penetration, but what's actually happened? Well, one thing is AI may be the fastest spreading technology in human history. We've seen adoption across, and Jeff Cole may have more exact data on this, precise data on this, but the adoption of AI and use of ChatGPT and other AI tools is just extraordinary by how quickly it has been adopted. And now we have Microsoft adding an AI key on their Windows PCs. This is the first major change in decades. So AI is everywhere. It's ubiquitous. People have been adopting it. It's everywhere. That's one major change. But another is, here's Senator Mark Warner, who's one of the stronger people of the U.S. Senate on this issue. He says, 2016 was child's play compared to what can be done now. And David Sanger, who covers, he's the lead intelligence correspondent for the New York Times, he speaks at a number of our workshops. And so I asked him, I said, why is it spreading so quickly? He said, no, it's cheap and easy. He wrote a wonderful book. It's called The Perfect Weapon. He calls cyber attacks the perfect weapon because they're so cheap and easy. It's the most asymmetrical warfare ever invented by humans. That a couple of people who know software can attack the largest countries in the world, the largest armies in the world, with a greater chance of success than you would ever imagine. And so I asked him in one of our workshops, so how trying to attack US elections. He said 38. 38? Okay, we know about Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, now Cuba. What's country number 38? He said, Bangladesh. Bangladesh? Why? He said, it's cheap and easy. I said, okay, but what do they want? He said, well, they're not trying to influence elections. All they want to do is they want to see who's voting which ways, especially the Bangladesh diaspora. So it's easy to do, so they're looking around, poking into the US elections. Bangladesh. Okay. The use of fake news. In this case, New York Times page 1, China using artificial intelligence to create fake news stories about blaming the US for natural disasters, saying the United States is trying to create secret weather and with photographs that appear to have been generated by AI. So even in not New York Times, not Washington Post, not most trusted news sources, but some that may be sort of in the middle, you're going to start to see these. Because what happens? We did a case study in Africa where a lot of media in Africa and Facebook pull up these stories which look like they're true, but they haven't been checked out. And so people see this and, oh, this must be true. Not necessarily. Russia extending their misinformation into video games. This is something that we weren't expecting. And so, once again, the bad actors looking for points of vulnerability. I'm going to get to one that really was worrisome in our last election. But it'll be unexpected places. And again, artificial intelligence, it can be tailored just for you. So you could be playing a video game or engaging in some other interactive media, and there'll be things there that are tailored just for you, that'll be convincing for you. Pretexting. This is another version of it, where you create tailored messages, and it's maybe an email, it could be a text, it could be social media posts, but it looks like it comes from a friend of yours, maybe a family member, maybe even your boss, a colleague. And so it looks like it's coming from someone you trust. How do you know? We'll get to an interesting test for that in a minute. So now we have to warn election directors and everybody else. This information will appear to come from friends and family members. The use of fakes is promoting skepticism. You saw some of Jeff Cole's data that showed that people are increasingly skeptical, maybe not as skeptical as they need to be, but increasingly skeptical. And now, look what's happened around the world, that the people who are finding, those of us who are finding information on the internet to be less entirely trustworthy, specifically about what's real and what's fake. Look at where some of the high countries are. It's around 59%, but look at the United States, 72%, much higher than the global average. South Africa may be the highest. We're not quite certain why that is, but we're looking into that. And this is how good the fakes are now. We had an example of a Wall Street Journal reporter who created with inexpensive, off-the-shelf, commercially available software that you could download. She created a clone of her voice and typed in things for the clone voice to say, to engage with, allowed her clone voice to engage with family members. It was so good, not only did it fool some of her family members, it actually fooled the Chase Global Bank biometric system and was able to get into her bank account. So biometrics are no longer secure because with deep fakes, someone else can create a version of you and get into your bank account. I just heard something 2 weeks ago, which I had not considered. They said, oh, you know, you get anonymous phone calls, don't pick it up, it could be somebody trying to get your voice use for a bad purpose. So, okay, I don't pick up the phone. Does it go into voicemail? Yes. Is that your own voice on your voicemail? Ah, they can draw down, copy your voice from your voicemail reading and use that to create a synthetic version of your voice. So, okay, if you change your voicemail to the generic, this caller is not here. Otherwise, they can get your voice and create a fake version of it. I see somebody taking out their phone now. Okay, you have the case now of what we believe could be an example of an election that actually was changed by a deepfake. Not in the United States, this is in Slovakia. And this is a recording that's spread online. And perhaps one of the major things that he said that may have struck a chord, he didn't say in the fake version that he was allegedly said, was that he was going to increase the price of beer. Okay, that was enough to get a lot of people to vote against him. And who was the winner of that election? Who defeated him? Somebody who was supporting Putin and was closer to Moscow. So, some of the best prepared governments, this was the UK election this year. We actually worked with university and government partners in the UK a year ago on preparations for their election. But even with some of the best preparations, as you can see, they had issues where they were able to, bad actors, okay, China, they believe, was able to go in and access 40 million voter records in the UK. So what does that mean? It means that they have individual information about those tens of millions of voters. They can then target each person individually with that information. Now, what happened with the election this year, this July, in the UK? So, we didn't really know what was going to happen. And in fact, we had, by video, we did a transatlantic workshop with our university partners in the UK and in the US. And, okay, what do you think is going to happen? Well, we know that there's going to be attempts to put misinformation, half-truths, whatever. But in the UK, they said, we're confident because snap election is different. In a snap election, you have very short campaign times. In the United States, campaign never ends. But you have very short campaign times. So much shorter time for the bad actors to intervene. And then, because of the UK, the elections all are local results, not a national presidential result. You have local results. So in the UK, they were confident that it was going to be different. Also, another major difference is transition. The United States, our election is in 2 weeks, but the government doesn't change for 2 more months, more than 2 more months. In the UK, if the ruling party loses, as in most elections around the world, they move out the next day. So the Prime Minister moved out of number 10 the next day, the Prime Minister comes in. So, what happens? In the UK, they're confident that no local election results change, but they do know that there were concerted efforts to try to disrupt local elections. What are we seeing now with artificial intelligence as agents of information? They are imperfect. You probably all heard the term hallucination. Artificial intelligence software generates bad information, and we don't know why or how. Vint Cerf, the guy who invented the internet, early on, after AI, the new AI software became available, he told me that he said, okay, write an obituary on Vint Cerf. And he said, so I went out, found a form of obituary as if he had just died. And he said, well, a very good obituary until you got down to the 6th paragraph, when it listed children he didn't have, it listed other relatives he didn't have, listed awards he never had won. So it's not perfect. here's a dramatic example that multiple tests run by the Washington Post, they simply ask the AI, Microsoft, Google, they said, okay, who won the election, US presidential election in 2020? And either they received the wrong answer or no answer. Well, that's a pretty big mistake. So AI software can make that kind of mistake. You have to be very, very careful about trusting, again, without checking it out. So here is how covert influence operations have recently used AI models. This is classic. Content generations. Okay, AI makes mistakes, but fewer mistakes than humans when you're generating thousands and thousands of messages. Fake data on number of fake engagement. So it looks like the fake messages that are being put in by bad actors are more popular than they really are. Fake engagement. Then productivity. You can use artificial intelligence to, again, not just to make more and better looking fake information, but you can use it to summarize other sources of information and distort it. You can also use it, and some of you probably have, to debug code. So some things which we view as positives for AI can be used by bad actors for negative purposes. We, because of our work around the United States, we're invited to closed-door meetings of election officials and others. Now, some of these meetings get into classified military and intelligence information. When that happens, I get up and leave. I don't want classified information on my phone. I don't want it in my laptop. I don't want it in my head. But this is not classified in any way. Here's what election officials have been saying in the last 3 months. They're worried about old, outdated software. Again, we're talking about 8,000 election districts across the United States. Very, very few of which are run by anybody with any computer science, IT, or cybersecurity background. So they employ vendors. Sometimes the vendors are not updating the software on time. Sometimes they are using software, this is 2024, sometimes they're using software going back to 2018, which may have flaws that they're beginning to detect now with tests that can be run on voting machines. Vulnerable network precincts, again, something that we hadn't considered until this year. To make things easier, to make things more accessible during COVID, when people didn't want to leave their homes, most states changed when, where, and how to vote. So you could vote from home by mail in California. You could vote by absentee ballot. You could vote early. You could vote in other locations. In many states, you can actually take your ballot, fold it up, and go to something like going to the post office, and you drop it in a drop box. Anytime you make something more convenient, the rule is in security, you make it less secure, because you introduce more ways for bad actors to introduce negative information. So this year, in some states, Texas is one example, to make it more convenient, you can go to any location in your county or in your region to cast a vote. That means that all of the election districts in that county or in that region have to be networked in real time, so that when Max the Kiosk comes to vote, and they put in Max the Kiosk with your ID, they know that you haven't voted before, that this is the only time you vote. So you set up a real-time network of laptops that may or may not be as secure as my off-the-shelf laptop. You're introducing a new element of security risk. And so that's something we're watching very carefully this year. The last one, which is very, very worrisome for us and the democracies around the world, is there are some indications that using AI power of AI, and let alone when quantum computing comes in, with the power of artificial intelligence software, you can begin to pierce the anonymity of voters. That I'll be able to find out how Jeff Cole voted. I think I know how they voted anyway, but I'll be able to find out how Jeff Cole voted in the election. So what does this mean? It means people can be, they might face incriminations, they might face financial penalties if their boss doesn't like the way they voted, or they could sell their vote. Say, pay me $100 and I'll vote for somebody. This used to happen 200 years ago in the United States, and we went to anonymous voting to prevent that from happening. The extent to which artificial intelligence can penetrate anonymity, this could be very, very dangerous and very worrisome. So, I said I'd come back to some interesting defenses that we hadn't thought of in the US. This is something which came up in our program we did with our UK partners in university and in the government. This is from a British intelligence official who spoke at our conference. I said, okay, we have a Wall Street Journal reporter who says she can generate such a realistic version of her voice. Inexpensive, off-the-shelf software. It fools the Chase biometric system. So you advise British cabinet officers about cybersecurity. Somebody calls, they claim to be the Prime Minister. What do? Oh, we don't do that. What do you mean? Somebody calls, what's the first thing you do? Thank you very much, and hang up. You pick up the phone, call them back. Did you just call me? Two-factor authentication for phone calls. Interesting. Okay? And then I said, we all do video calls now. You can have a really convincing video of the Prime Minister or somebody else telling you to do something. So what do? In every video meeting now, at that level of government, everybody has to do this. What is that? Right now, the software doesn't do ears or the back of the head very well. So that's how we know that you're human. He said, it will. But right now, that test works. So this is straight out of science fiction, but this is the way we live now. I told you that we're going to have an example of perhaps the most worrisome problem we had in the United States in 2020. This is Gary Pruitt, longtime president of the Associated Press, and somebody who's on our advisory board. And after our election, I asked Gary, I said, so what keeps you up at night? He said, I'll tell you what kept me up at night on election night 2020. Thousands of sophisticated attacks hit the Associated Press central computer in New York. I said, really? He said, yes. He said, now, unfortunately, someone in the US federal government had an indication of this was happening. Actually, we now know that someone, a university partner, picked up evidence of Russian, looking at the AP computer system. They called the US Department of Homeland Security, they looked into it, they called Gary Pruitt, president of the Associated Press. We think the Russians are looking at your computer system. And in fact, Gary said, he picked up the phone, and it was the Secretary of Homeland Security. We have identified the Associated Press as a point of vulnerability for the United States. You need our help. And Gary said, this is not the phone call you ever want to receive. It was 2 months before the election, fortunately. It gave them enough time to harden the AP computer system to create duplicate, triplicate, quadruplicate copies of everything so that the most massive, sophisticated attack of the computer system would stay up, which it did. But Gary said, it was the worst night of my life, hour after hour, thousands of sophisticated computer attacks, most from Russia, some from Pakistan, or appeared to come from Pakistan. And so I said, can you talk about this? Is this classified? He said, no, I can talk about it. So in our January 2021, our first workshop, he described, and a video of this is on our website, he described for 6 minutes what happened. And I said, now, Gary, our audience are people who work in elections. they're not journalists. So can you please explain what would have happened if any one of those attacks had succeeded? He said, oh, if any one of those attacks had taken down the Associated Press computer system, there would be no election returns in the United States. The AP is the only source of election returns in the United States on election night. 2 weeks later, each of the 50 states began to certify their election returns. So you don't have election returns, but they would be 2 weeks later. And Gary said, imagine, you're watching television, listening to radio, looking at your computer, London, Tokyo, Beijing, wherever, and you're told, there was a presidential election in the United States today. We won't know the results for 2 weeks. We have no returns. So imagine what that does for faith in democracy and faith in the United States around the world. Those are the stakes. Democracy itself is what is at risk. So our advice that we give to people this year in the United States, to election directors, only use trusted sources. NASS, the National Association of Secretaries of State, I think it's NASS.org, they have set up a safe, secure information series of pages. If an election office or campaign is attacked, this goes back to a presidential order which President Obama issued. If your campaign or election office is attacked, contact the FBI. Why do I say in advance? Because one of our partners at MIT said, think of it as like a fire escape. You want to know how to get out, where the fire stairs are, before the fire. So before you are attacked, call your local FBI office. Find out who the person is who's going to be handling it if you are attacked. So when you are attacked, call and say, I need to talk to John Smith at this phone number. And also get his or her cell phone number. Because it happens often enough now that everyone needs to be aware of this. Another one of our slogans, democracy is our candidate. Another one of our slogans is, everyone is a target, even you. So, my last slide. Problem is that the software, that artificial intelligence, is developing so quickly that experts don't really know how to stop it. As soon as we think we know how to detect it, the bad actors invent something. Sometimes not bad actors, sometimes just researchers invent another way of making it more realistic. So there are fact checks, warning labels, pre-voting, media literacy, all becoming less effective and expansive than we imagined. So some problems may not yet have solutions. Why do we at USC come to Cyprus and other countries? We want to hear what you are saying and what you are doing. And in fact, panel one, which is going to start in just a few minutes, the speakers on panel one have some really interesting approaches to solutions, which I think you'll want to hear. So with that, at the end, and thank you very much. And again, this is how we reach us.
That was excellent. Maybe you should stay here, and then why don't we welcome the panelists for this first panel. Jana Otterbacher from the Open University of Cyprus, Konstantinos Kouroupis from Frederick University, and Stefanos Kyprianou from the APLA organization. They're going to share the stage and moderated by Mr. Powell, and then we can hear their views on this very interesting topic of AI and ethics, and if AI is really a threat to democracy or not. So you have about 1 hour to go over these questions. I understand that some of you have presentations, or all of you have presentations. I can load them here, and you can, or you can come and do this here. I don't know you want to do it actually. Maybe you can.
The bottom line of my last slide was what we call forward promotion, meaning in commercial television and radio, you don't want people to leave during the commercial. So you do forward promotion, say what's coming. Well, as I said, what we want to do now is talk about is artificial intelligence a threat to democracy? And this will begin to develop some of the approaches to solutions to some of the problems that we were discussing earlier today in my presentation and earlier. And so we have 3 presentations, and they'll go in sort of, I'd like you to begin, Jonathan, and you second and third. I know that you'd like to say that you bring it back to reality and concrete suggestions. So we'll begin with Jana Audubon, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences at the Open University here in Cyprus. She's also something we may want to talk about, the coordinator of the Cyprus Center for Algorithmic Transparency. So that's a very interesting center, and so maybe we can get into that during Q&A. But so first we'll hear from Dana.
Thank you.
So good morning everyone from me as well. It's a pleasure to be here. So as you know, the topic of our panel is AI, ethics, and democracy. And you're probably all very well aware that in the EU, our guiding ethical framework is that of trustworthy AI. And we can, of course, have a good debate as to whether AI should be trustworthy, responsible, but we won't do that. So in this very brief presentation, I am going to argue my personal and professional position that participatory AI, and specifically the involvement of the members of the public in evaluating this trustworthiness of AI, is crucial in developing and deploying AI that will respect and hopefully even enhance our democratic processes. Now, bear with me because I'm a Mac user. Okay. So just to be sure that we are all on the same page, a few years ago, back in 2019, the European Commission published its ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI, in which it laid down a vision for AI applications that respect our fundamental rights, and in this way foster responsible innovation within the European Union, because this would, of course, provide a common ethical framework that everyone can work with. And as I'm sure you're all very well aware, our new regulatory framework, the EU AI Act, which came into effect very recently on the 1st of August, aims to foster trustworthy AI by providing the most comprehensive legal framework on AI worldwide to date. So, according to this framework, for an AI system to be considered trustworthy, it should meet all of the 7 requirements that you see on this slide. Now, in the interest of time, and because you're already familiar with them probably, I'm not going to read them. But what I would like to note here is, as you can see in the center of this figure, each of these requirements is meant to be continuously evaluated and addressed throughout the AI system's life cycle. And what we can also note is that while some of these requirements can arguably probably be tracked by technical folks, for example, technical robustness, that's something which can be evaluated by the technical experts, there are other requirements here which surely require the diverse input from other stakeholders and arguably even end users themselves. So for example, assessing transparency and diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness are certainly deeply linked to a user's background, perspective, and their life experiences. So issues of AI bias and how to promote fairness in AI have been very much at the center of some very public discussions in recent years. So So let's briefly have a look at what these guidelines have to say about the requirement for diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness. So, as described in the ethics guidelines, this requirement has 3 core elements. So, first off and most obviously, unfair bias must be avoided as it could have multiple negative implications, from the marginalization of vulnerable groups and also individuals to the exacerbation of prejudice and discrimination. Secondly, AI systems should foster diversity. They should be accessible to all, regardless of any disability, and they should involve relevant stakeholders, as we mentioned before, throughout the entire life circle of the system. No problem, right? No problem. Very easy. Well, in the research community, and for those of us who work on AI bias, we've known for quite a long time that fairness in algorithmic systems is very difficult. So just to just to mention the work of 2 and the findings of 2 well-known researchers in computer science, a tutorial a few years back, which has since become a very popular YouTube video, Arvind Narayan explained that there are many different ways to define and operationalize algorithmic fairness, and guess what? Each one of them comes with its politics, its winners, and its losers. And we can also consider the work of John Kleinberg and colleagues, who demonstrated that it is generally not possible for an algorithmic process to respect multiple fairness definitions simultaneously. So you have to pick one, and you have to go with that. Now, I would argue that fairness is even more difficult when we talk about cognitive technologies that mimic human vision and language. In my team's work, we've seen many times over that computer vision systems, the example that you have here on the screen is output from image tagging algorithms. They process images of people more accurately when those images are congruent with prevalent social stereotypes. So for instance, the systems that we have systematically tested have no problem recognizing that the individual that you see here is a man when his image is superimposed on a background of, let's say, a mechanic's garage or a sports bar. But they often struggle once he is superimposed into a background of a wedding dress shop, like you see here on the slide. But then we have to ask, okay, we found a bias and it's systematic, but is it a problem? Is it harmful? Well, it depends on who we ask and into what application this algorithm would be embedded and then deployed. And that is why I argue that the hyper-democratization of AI will really challenge our ability to monitor the trustworthiness of AI models and applications. In a nutshell, powerful foundation models such as the ever-growing in popularity multimodal large language models are said to be turning AI into a general purpose technology. And this is because they allow developers to fine-tune them for a specific task and then deploy them into an almost infinite range of user-facing products and services. So it's no longer necessary for developers to have in-house deep learning expertise or sophisticated computing infrastructure to build AI-powered applications. And this leads us to the following question. How could we possibly evaluate the trustworthiness of all possible applications that are built from a given foundation model, let's say GPT-4? Clearly, it's not feasible. We can't evaluate everything. So at which point or points should we consider whether a model and its derivative applications are respecting these 7 trustworthy principles? Well, the answer is that AI evaluation has to happen along the AI value chain, and the range of stakeholders must be involved. The organizations that build foundation models must first scrutinize their data collection and curation processes to ensure that they are high quality and also balanced. They must also conduct large-scale system-focused evaluations to assess the capabilities of their models, considering aspects such as cybersecurity, privacy, and safety. But then then third parties who come along and adapt models to their specific needs must evaluate the fine-tuned models again for any possible issues. But the really tricky part is how to evaluate the applications that are deployed into diverse contexts and serve diverse user needs. Users themselves, who are usually not tech experts, must become involved in evaluating the trustworthy requirements. Particularly given the unpredictable behavior of generative AI, I would say that we need as many eyes on this problem as possible. That said, we don't want users' unfounded opinions on AI and AI applications, but rather their documentation and evaluation of AI behaviors as they are experienced in real-world contexts. So we need to build novel socio-technical infrastructures to support this participatory process so that we can crowdsource or user-source evaluations of trustworthiness at scale. Okay, so what are we doing about this? Well, in my team, we will soon launch a new project which is called Pinnacle, which stands for Public Engagement in AI Evaluation for Education and System Benchmarking. So this is admittedly a rather busy figure that I'm showing you on the slide, but it depicts our envisioned infrastructure for AI evaluation as positioned within the foundation model ecosystem and the trustworthy AI principles. What we will aim to do is to train members of the public to perform AI evaluations in their context of use and from their own perspectives, as to produce insights, data-driven insights, on the trustworthiness of the applications. We intend to launch this effort initially from our ongoing course that we offer at the Open University of Cyprus, which is entitled AI in Everyday Life. It's a course that's open to the public, and it assumes no previous technical background. We believe that we can, and this is a research problem in progress, we believe that we can structure small but meaningful evaluation tasks so that our students will bring us useful reports on the trustworthiness of AI applications that they experience in their own lives. And what we're going to be doing is to fine-tune this methodology so that we can scale up our efforts after that. So, to sum up, a little more than a decade ago, we started hearing this business about the democratization of AI to stimulate innovation, and I would say that we have managed to do that to a large extent, but primarily from a technical standpoint. Secondly, we have converged, at least in the European Union, on a vision for trustworthy AI. So there's a consensus that AI should protect our fundamental human rights and our democratic processes, but at the moment, I would say that this is only a vision, right? It's a beautiful vision, but it's a vision. To achieve the vision, we need to involve stakeholders along the AI value chain, as I showed you. And to do this for real and at scale, we will need to develop infrastructures to educate and motivate quote-unquote average users to participate in AI. And I propose that AI evaluation by members of the public in the wild as they experience them in real life is a good place to start. So thank you very much for your attention, and I am very much looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, and yes, much to discuss. Role of the public, fascinating idea. And next is Konstantinos Baroukas, who's a professor of EU and data rights law at Frederick University. He's also a member of the editorial board of the Journal of Data Protection and Privacy, which suggests a different dimension and something which is very much front and center of the topic of democracy and AI.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to express my honor and great pleasure to be here and express congratulations, my sincere congratulations on the organizing committee of such a prestigious conference. It's an honor to be here with esteemed personalities from scientific and academic community. Especially, I would like to express my deep and sincere gratitude to Professor Vassiliou for his kindest invitation to be here with you. So, as previously mentioned, talking about AI and ethics has certainly many dimensions, but at the same time, many and different approaches. But when combined this topic with democracy, I believe that things may be easier since we have, I suppose, that we have all the same goal. What is this? How to safeguard, how to promote, to consolidate democracy in the current digital era. I choose to speak about AI, social media, and the impact on political thought, and why I choose to combine AI with social media. The following slides will give you the answer. Here, you can see that the famous, the known to everyone, the Cambridge Analytica scandal. In 2010, personal data belonging to millions of Facebook users were collected without their consent by British consulting firm Cambridge Analytica, predominantly to be used for political advertising. Cambridge Analytica used the data to assist the 2016 US presidential campaigns of Ted Cruz and Donald Trump. It was also widely accused of interfering with the Brexit referendum. Here, you can see the famous post by the famous singer and global star Taylor Swift, who one day after the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris endorsed Kamala Harris and informed her 284 million Instagram followers that she was going to vote for her. The result, the impact of this endorsement is extremely important since minutes after this post, the popularity of Kamala Harris has been boosted, and political analysts claim that it might play a decisive role in the vote of young people. And now, an example from Cypriot reality. I suppose that you know this guy. In the last European Parliament election of June 2024, here in Cyprus, the young YouTuber and TikTok creator, Aristea Panagiotou, managed not only to be elected as an independent MEP, but also to beat many well-established political parties, coming in the third position of the people vote. So, and here also you can see some AI images which have been posted by Elon Musk and have been circulated thoroughly in social media. So it is, and here also you can see that the debate between Trump and Harris was also interesting from another point of view. ABC News live fact-checked their statements for answers that were exaggerated, needed more context, or were false. Here you can see the claims, the truth, and therefore we have the real-time attempt to tackle against fake news via the power of technology. All those cases are indicative and illustrative of the great impact of social media on political thought. It is evident that social media constitute a tool for politicians to better and more directly address their strategy to voters. In addition, according to a recent Eurobarometer conducted in 2023, social media platforms are on third position regarding media habits. At the same time, online disinformation knows an ongoing explosion. Why happens that? There are many reasons, such as the viral nature of the content, the anonymity, the lack of fact-checking, the difficulty in establishing a harmonized regulatory framework. So we are coming to the serious concerns raised by all these issues, all this matter, which consist on ethical and legal concerns. How easy is to control social media globally? What are the limits of freedom of expression on social media? How trustful and safe can be an algorithm? And to what extent shall AI be implemented in political life? The answers of the above questions are based on two axes. Firstly, of course, we need ethical principles and values, and secondly, we need normative responses. Regarding the first one, a large number of ethical principles have been edited by several institutions, such as UNESCO, the high-level expert group on AI under the auspices of the European Commission. You can see here some of them, such as the respect of human dignity, the need to ensure diversity and inclusiveness, proportionality, and transparency. Please keep this ethical principle, which is at the same time a normative need, transparency. What about the institutional regulatory framework? I suppose that you all know that there is a rich regulatory framework on AI, so I don't want to enter into details for purposes of time. And I'm coming now to the second part. What is the relation between AI and politics? In terms of politics, AI holds a significant and dynamic position, as it is affirmed explicitly in the recent AI Act. You can see that it is explicitly declared that AI can be used for political reasons, and AI tools, when used in politics, they are classified as high-risk AI tool. What does it mean? That we must respect and follow mandatory requirements such as technical documentation and record keeping, transparency, again, human oversight, and others. Furthermore, European Parliament declares that AI is an opportunity to improve the democratic process in our societies. Council of Europe affirms that AI has become a determining factor for the future of humanity as it continues to substantially transform individual lives and impact human communities. So it is clear that social media constitute a key factor for the promotion of democracy. But what kind of democracy? We live in the e-democracy. And for me, in my opinion, e-democracy does not correspond only to the use of technology, but also correspond to the digital citizens, correspond to what we say with the academics who teach law, to raise digital awareness, digital consciousness. It has been demonstrated that AI is a useful tool in politics, but at the same time, following a critical approach, there may be mentioned some obscure lines for democracy. The fact that massive amounts of data are processed in order to assimilate user trends and behaviors and create a policy is quite dangerous. Algorithms can analyze people's intention through activity on their profiles, helping election campaigns produce messages that are effective and targeted. In this way, political communication lacks originality, we don't have a direct communication between voters and politicians. In addition, an AI-drafted strategy corresponds to a strong transformation on the policy-making process. And of course, since an AI corresponds to a massive amount of data, we have also the danger of and risk of disinformation and fake news. What is the result? There is a lack of democratic trust. People do not know what to believe. And moreover, democratic representation is equally in threat, since a false generative AI content implies a malicious political strategy. AI tools may be the democratic actors of tomorrow, and following this futuristic theory, there is a primary danger. Who will be accountable of a false act or of a false decision? To conclude my presentation, I would like to draw your attention on some recommendations and some questions which, in my opinion, may spark the discussion. First of all, it became clear that social media constitute an arena of impersonal interactive communications. The respect of ethical and legal principles and values is imperative. We must also have in mind always that technology always precedes law. Establishing a safe, trustful, and powerful digital environment shall be based on harmonized legal rules. On 2021, a great platforming took place. It was the famous Trump case. Private power over public speech were contested, and what was the solution given? We were pro the suspension of the accounts of Donald Trump due to principles of necessity, purpose, and proportionality. And here are some questions that I must confess that I have also in my mind that I would like to share with you. First question, what shall be the legal approach of the relation between human and AI? I mean that should AI, from a legal point of view, be considered as a tool of producing decision subject to a human-centric judgment, or the legal regulation shall recede in favor of technological innovation? Second question, what is or what should be the right sense and content of transparency? Should transparency correspond to the analysis of each stage of the use of algorithms, or transparency means the effort to explain, to understand the reasons of adopting a certain decision, so if we feel that the decision is not fair, we have the right to contest it? What is the balance between ethical and normative responses? And finally, how do you interpret digital dominance? Do we want a democracy of machines or a democracy of people? And concluding, I present you, here you can see the 3 laws of robotics which have been declared from the famous American science fiction author Isaac Asimov in his famous book Run Around. First law, a robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. Second law, a robot must obey the orders given to it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. And third law, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. We've seen and heard a couple of themes that carry across the morning, disinformation and fake news, but I think that you've introduced a new concept here, which is artificial intelligence as actor itself, the democracy of machines, and Asimov's 3 rules of robots, famous in science fiction and now becoming famous in the robotics world. It's not a new question. It goes back to at least the 1960s when Marvin Minsky was working on robots at MIT. I was an undergraduate. I would hang out in the lab, and they had all these science fiction books on the bookshelves. And I said, why do you have science fiction books? And, well, that's where we get all of our ideas, including the 3 rules of robots. They discovered that one of the problems they had with creating a robot, and they had a pretty good robot in the mid-1960s, they had trouble defining what was harm to a human being. So something which we still have, I guess. So now to our third and final presentation from Stefanos Kyprianou, the co-founder and president of the executive board of APLA, which is a civic engagement platform connecting Cypriots with their elected officials.
Thank you very much for the floor, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. I think you gave me Konstantinos gave me two very important things that I'm going to talk in this presentation. One is digital democracy, and the other is science fiction. So I'm representing APLA. APLA, for Adam also, means simple in Greek. And our vision was to simplify politics and enhance digital democracy in Cyprus and globally. We worked on designing the first digital democracy platform for the presidency of Cyprus, which is called Ekfrasi. It's for the young people. And yeah, our whole goal now is to define what digital democracy is. And I'm also busy assisting analysis in capacity of partners, which we work on digital system transformations. So, throughout history, humanity has consistently developed tools that have reshaped society. These innovations were often met with fear and skepticism. Take the printing press, for example. When it emerged in the 15th century, many feared it would spread heretical ideas and destabilize social order. Yet, it ultimately democratized knowledge, empowering individuals with access to information previously reserved for the elite. Similarly, the advent of radio and television was met with concerns about propaganda and mass manipulation. Despite initial fears, these tools expanded public discourse and allowed for broader civic engagement. The same goes for the internet and nuclear power. These things are tools, and on the hands of some people without regulation, they can be destructive. On the hands of others, they can create miracles. The key lesson here is that tools themselves are neutral. Their impact hinges on how we choose to use them. They can be instruments of oppression or catalysts for progress. As we stand on the cusp of the AI revolution, we must remember that it's not the technology itself, but our application that will shape its impact on democracy. I think everyone here agrees on that artificial intelligence has the capacity to significantly influence our democratic systems. It embodies a dual potential. On one end, it could enable a participatory democracy, where every citizen has direct input on policy decisions, potentially rendering traditional representative politics obsolete. The extent to that brings other discussions on an entirely direct democracy, may lead to decision-making gridlocks and overlook the benefits of experienced representative. By the way, that's another discussion. On the other end, on the spectrum, AI could centralize authority within a fully automated system, democracy machines, without human input. Such a scenario raises concerns about transparency, accountability, and the erosion of human agency in governance. Also, it can be used by states or individuals to harm indirectly the electorate of a country or launch cyber attacks, which is a trend these days, which seems to be the subject of every discussion nowadays that could cripple tech-dependent nations. Both sides present challenges. A system where everyone participates directly in every decision may be impractical, while a system with no human oversight and overpowered individuals or states risk the stability of nations. Therefore, a hybrid model is essential, one that leverages AI to enhance democratic participation while maintaining effective representative structures. Let's dive into the dark side of AI first. So, one of the scariest capabilities of AI is the rapid spread of misinformation, as Adam Konstantinos previously mentioned. AI algorithms can be weaponized to amplify fake news, targeting individuals with personalized disinformation that enforces existing biases. The emergence of sophisticated deepfake technologies exacerbates this issue, and AI-generated videos that we see every day in reels nowadays, and audio can fabricate speeches or actions of public figures with alarming realism. Such deepfakes can mislead citizens, overpower groups with malicious intents, manipulate elections, and destabilize societies. Our societies are vulnerable to these tactics due to the uncritical absorption of information, especially on social media platforms, where content spreads virally without adequate fact-checking. This environment creates fertile ground for AI-driven misinformation campaigns to influence political opinion. But we mentioned those earlier, also through Constantino, so I want to go now to the bright side of AI. AI holds an immense potential to foster participatory democracy, as I mentioned. It can democratize access to information, breaking down complex policy issues into understandable insights for the average citizen. Large language models, or LLMs, for example, can process and summarize legislative documents, enabling individuals to form informed opinions without requiring specialized expertise. AI-driven platforms can facilitate public consultations, gathering diverse viewpoints and fostering inclusive dialogues, such as the digital democracy tools of our government or, for example, Estonia. Moreover, AI can enhance governance by providing data-driven insights into the public needs and preferences. That allows for more representative policymaking that reflects the collective will, ultimately strengthening the legitimacy and effectiveness of democratic institutions. To harness AI effectively, though, we must integrate it into a comprehensive framework for advanced participatory democracy. This is the framework that we also discussed in other panel as a plan that works best for us and something that we're trying to look into on how to elaborate it. So the first thing is AI for citizen empowerment. Utilizing AI tools to inform and engage citizens, enhancing their ability to participate meaningfully in democratic processes and be able to effectively fight misinformation. The second one is decentralized systems for hybrid direct democracies, implementing other technologies to enable secure, such as secure, transparent participation while retaining the efficiency of representative governance. And the third step is GovTech tools for efficient governance, leveraging AI to improve government services, decision-making processes, and policy implementation. AI is vital in each link of this chain. By embedding AI thoughtfully, we can transform our systems from what some describe as elected monarchies, where elected officials have significantly unchecked power, into true representations of the people's will. This transformation bridges the gap between governments and citizens, fostering trust and collaboration. And while the potentials of AI is vast, it must be guided by effective legislation to mitigate risks. The European Union's AI Act is commentable. It's a commentable start. It's a good start, aiming to regulate certain high-risk AI applications. However, the Act primarily focuses on specific uses and categorizes AI models based on purpose, which may not sufficiently address the complexity of multi-purpose AI systems. As AI technology evolves rapidly, especially with advancements towards general AI, the limitations of current regulatory frameworks attempts become apparent. Multi-purpose models can be repurposed in unforeseen ways, potentially circumventing such regulations. Therefore, legislation must evolve to capture the dynamic nature of AI technologies. For example, during a recent conference on law, human and technology, a researcher proposed an innovative approach, drawing legislative strategies from literature and fiction, as where science fiction comes. By anticipating scenarios depicted in speculative fiction, policymakers can proactively create regulations that address potential future challenges, rather than reacting after harm has occurred. So, if you've all seen Black Mirror, they have many episodes on AI. Why don't we draw some conclusions from those science fiction materials? Or Asimov's laws on robotics. Effective legislation alone, though, is not enough. We need proactive strategies and global cooperation. AI's impact transcends national borders, and so must our efforts to regulate it. An AI committee such as the one in nuclear power is something that needs to be formed today. Neglecting to address AI's potential risks could allow it to become an adversary, especially in the hands of malicious actors seeking to exploit its capabilities. Cybersecurity threats, autonomous weaponry, and large-scale disinformation campaigns are real possibilities that require international collaboration to prevent. By learning from literature and fiction, we need to globally establish ethical standards, share best practices, and develop cohesive policies that guide AI development and application responsibly. Ultimately, our goal is to transform our democratic systems into ones that truly present and serve people. AI is a powerful tool and that can help achieve this transformation if used responsibly. By integrating AI into the fabric of participatory democracy, we can move away from systems where power is concentrated towards ones that are more inclusive and responsive. This shift, I believe, is very important in our current democratic structures, but it requires a commitment to an ethical approach in AI development and application, and robust legislative frameworks and continuous dialogues between government, technologies, and citizens. We stand at a pivotal moment where our actions will determine whether AI undermines or enhances our democracy. I believe that with conscious effort and collaboration, we can guide AI to become a force of good, strengthening our democratic values and empowering individuals worldwide. And before I give the floor and we start our discussion, this is a website, applaud.cy/applabs. There are many academics here. We are trying to form an academic approach on what is digital democracy and how it should be developed. So in our efforts, we would really love some collaborations and maybe do some work together in order to enhance our let's say, bill of digital democracy. And yeah, thank you very much. This is more of a controversial approach of pro-AI in democracy. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I never expected to have this panel have one presentation and with Asimov's rules of robots, and another one discussing science fiction as a tool for exploration. But we'll get to your questions in just a moment. I'd like to throw out one other question for all three of you, which is, as you pointed out, we've had disruptive communications technologies going back to printing. Probably heroic poems were disruptive in their era. So why and how is AI different? What does that mean for democracy? So, John, I'd like to start with you.
Am I not to turn this on? Okay. Well, one thing that I would like to say here is that, so I finished my PhD in 2006 and I worked on information retrieval. So at that time there was a lot of talk which gives me this sense of deja vu really about web search engines in particular. So web search engines are a public interest technology. How should they be regulated in order to preserve them for good? Which of course is very closely linked to the issue of democracy, because in order to have participatory democracy you need an informed population of citizens. How is AI different? AI is different because, as I think a couple of us mentioned, it's now basically an all-purpose technology. So we don't know, the innovations that we will see in the coming years are really only limited by developers' imagination, I think. So not being able to, we need to regulate AI, but what are all the range of applications that need to be covered? We don't know. I don't know if I answered your question, but that's what came to mind.
Yes, in fact, right now I have many thoughts in my mind. What is in AI? We're here among academics, among experts, and we are trying to interpret AI. In my opinion, of course, AI corresponds to the ultimate expression of technological progress. But I remember now that, and I would like to underline this, that some years ago I was participating in a conference regarding data protection and regarding dangers in social media. And when we were starting to tell some risks and dangers in social media, the president of the Bar Association of Thessaloniki in Greece told me, stopped me to talk and told me, now I want to close my account on Facebook, I don't want to be connected with internet, etc. This is not the point, I think, of this conference and I think that we all have the same goal. This is not the point to see AI as an evil. I believe that the black box of AI corresponds to two terms, how to define transparency and accountability. And at the end of the day, it's not AI who produces, which decides, it's we that we decide using AI. So I would like to mention that, of course, society is reformed, is reshaped using AI, but we shall not forget that we govern AI. And I remember when a professor in Columbia was asked what happens if one day AI will govern our lives, and he answered that if we believe that one day AI will govern our lives, then we are not aware of the power that the people have, that people who govern us have. So this is my opinion about AI and digital era.
Well, I would say that all the other tools aforementioned, like printing press, heroic poems, and all other transformative tools, never had the potential to be a new species. So, I mean, if we're about to say that AI has even the slightest potential to be smarter than us, it could create its own species. So I would say that that's what differentiates AI as a tool from all the other evolutions and transformations that have come before it.
First tool that we're creating over which we may not have control. Yes. Or may not have control today. Questions and comments, and I echo my colleague Jeff Cole's praise for the design of this room, that each person has their own microphone. So we've, as people said about the internet, we've democratized the conversation. So please, questions, comments? I see one in the aisle. Okay, you have a microphone.
Yes, thank you. On general lines, I agree with all the data presented. I will stop short of saying we overestimate the extent to which AI and social media affect voters' decision. But my feeling is that we underestimate the average voter's critical faculty to see through all this chaos and have their own judgment. I think we tend to underestimate the average voter's critical faculty, which I think it was missing on general lesson. The average voter's critical faculty was missing from everything I've seen, even though I agree with everything I've seen. Thank you.
Average voter.
How do you define the average voter? Because I agree with you, but speaking about my country, in Greece, on the last EU elections for European Parliament, we vote based upon the criteria who is a good actor, who is a good singer, who is most popular on social media. I have the names, but I don't. I know that you all know these persons. I agree with you that, and I hope that everyone has its own criteria for voting, and he has critical thinking. But we must admit that a viral content is very, very attractive, especially for young people, and who have ensembles. I don't want to repeat them, so it's upon your critical thinking.
I would want to add that in my presentation I added something about the impacting the critical mind of a viewer in Instagram or in TikTok. I'm not saying that voters will not have a critical approach on what they are going to vote. I have to say that their critical approach is affected without them knowing that it is affected. So I create a critical approach through a reel that I saw from 15 minutes for 15 seconds, and I create an argument about it. I mean, as a Generation Z, I've seen it over and over, discussions with my friends, that they've seen a YouTube video, they've seen a TikTok video, and they created a whole argument which has a critical approach in it, and their own critique about why they should vote or go towards that decision.
Questions, comments? Let me ask one which may be a concluding question. We don't want to clear would stand between you and lunch, so we want to end on time. But my colleague Jeff Cole traced the evolution over 25 years from techno-optimism, and I was certainly a techno-optimist 25 years ago, to much more techno-pessimism today. So are you optimistic that some of these issues can be resolved positively? I'll try to think of a neutral term.
I am optimistic because I choose to be an optimist, but I think, and it also relates to the previous question as well, I think we tend to assume, maybe because we want to believe that all of these AI tools will make us more productive, efficient, so on and so forth, and there is that potential, but I think we often overlook the fact that it takes a lot of effort, right? And it takes a lot of effort to be a critical thinker as well. It takes time. So I am an optimist, but I think it will just take some time for people's habits to change and readjust. And we all have to invest time in learning how to deal with these new technologies and to help our children live with these technologies.
You have to wonder how long it took people to adjust to movable type and printing.
Yes, I share the optimism of my fellow colleague. Me too, I'm very optimistic because I believe very much in human, because I believe that AI does not govern our lives. And I have now embarrassed in my mind that during the last US election of 2016, on 2020, I'm sorry, there was a large debate and many accusations of fraud exposed by one of the two candidates. And I have this question to address to you. Since for the ultimate expression of democracy, which is election procedure, we gave trust to a human to organize this process, and at the same time you accuse him of fraud and deception, why or how would you, or how does it seem the idea of putting a machine or an AI tool under strict guidelines, under our auspices, under our guidance to organize and guarantee, following legal and ethical principles, the neutrality and of this procedure. Here in Cyprus, in the latest election of the Bar Association, of the Cyprus Bar Association, it was innovated the e-voting. When we started to talk about e-voting, everyone was expressed his fears, was terrified, but at the end of the day, we managed to do it. So it's time to grab the chance and take advantage of the opportunities that AI gives us, because I prefer not to speak about threats of AI to democracy, but threats of the bad use of AI to democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Stefanos, you get to wrap it up.
Yeah, so I'm not just a tech optimist, I'm a tech enthusiast. I mean, I have the chance, I'm still young, so I'm very, let's say, somehow naive in that not only I believe in human spirit, I believe also in individuals and in groups of people that whatever happens, they will try to transform how AI is used in our everyday lives. And we've seen people leaving, coming from companies due to ethical concerns, speculative, but not. We've seen people trying to devote themselves for humane AI and humane technologies. So many institutions that came from the US, such as those that did the coded bias or the Netflix documentations about social media. I think AI has the potential to create a paradise on Earth. Let's say also in the democratic procedures, but also through the advancements that it can create. Even Elon Musk used it a lot, I'm sure, for the rockets and everything that he's doing. Yet the development nowadays has been so rapid and so fast that it's unbelievable what we as humanity can do with AI and with the help of it. So yeah, I am a tech optimist in the way that we will use tech to transform our society, but we will also put the right decisions down in order to transform it in a way that we can control it.
Thank you very much, and please join me in thanking our three presenters for this panel.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure hearing about all this. It's now time for lunch. We have about 1 hour. So we will reconvene at 2 o'clock, and we will hear from Professor Nottias, and then we'll have another panel during that session before we move on. So let's get back here at 2. remaining with us to kick off our afternoon, after lunch session. We are honored to have with us our third keynote speaker, Professor Nottias, President Emeritus of the University of Southern California. Obviously, you've heard about Professor Nottias from others. He's been, as far as we are concerned, a leading voice in the intersection of democracy, cybersecurity, and technology, and we think that his insights will also frame the discussions that will come up not only in the next panel, but also the one after the coffee break where he will be moderating. So I would like to welcome Professor Nottias.
Thank you, Vassos. Hello, everyone. I know everybody's tired right after lunch, but I will try and keep you awake. So it is a privilege to be here with you today to talk about one of the most important topics of our time. It is fitting that we have gathered here in Cyprus to talk about the latest dangers to democracy. And it was, of course, Athenians that invented democracy 2.5 millennia ago. From the very beginning, as we know, the rule of law was a key facet of the Athenian democracy. An American Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient, and actually he received it the medal more than 50 years ago, he said, "Man's capacity for justice makes democracy possible, but man's inclination to injustice makes democracy necessary." Today, in democratic nations, we vote on many different things. For representatives, members of parliament who create or change laws, we vote for presidents, judges, and local government officials. We vote for propositions and referendums which give us a voice in the most important issues of our states or nations. Gone are the days, of course, of secret ballots decided by black and white pebbles. Today, we fill out our secret ballots in a voting booth, or we will fill them out at home and mail them in, as we do, for example, in the United States today. And in a few instances, people vote over the internet. In the future, probably sooner, much sooner than later, most of us will vote over the internet. So unlike ancient Athens, however, not all eligible voters participate in our election today. I looked at the statistics, for example, here in Cyprus, just over 72% of registered voters took part in the 2023 presidential election. And in the United States, only 66% of eligible voters showed up for the 2020 presidential election. And that was the highest rate for a national election since the 1900s in the United States. So apathetic or disenfranchised voters create a major challenge for nations around the world. Although Athenian democracy began 2,500 years ago, let me remind you that it only lasted less than 200 years. To be exact, 174 years. Even John Adams, a founding father of the American Republic, wrote in a letter to a friend, "Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide. So, if we are to save civilization from that fate, we must address the greatest threats to democracy. Today, those threats come from both inside and outside our societies, and they are more sophisticated than ever. The enemies of democracy no longer need to mount large armies and invade countries. Armed with the latest technologies, small groups of hackers can invade our networks, our infrastructure, and even the information we use to make sense of the world. To protect democracy from the new range of threats, we must rely on a new generation of allies, and we must deploy new digital tools to defend one of the world's oldest institutions. I know it was said this morning many times, in just over a week, voters in the United States will go to the polls. This year, our elections are at major risk for cyber attacks, digital misinformation, and foreign interference. Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea all have the interest and the capabilities to interfere in serious ways. According to the 2024 Annual Threat Assessment of the US intelligence community, Russia will probably attempt to affect the elections because it could impact the US support for Ukraine. The report also noted that Russians are much better at using generative AI and other technologies to reach into Western audiences. And of course, China is growing more sophisticated, using online personas, TikTok accounts, and generative AI to influence political parties, and, as Adam pointed out earlier this morning, local elections. Whether a threat comes from outside a country or within its borders, the goal is always the same: to undermine and eventually destroy the democratic system of governance. Henry Clay, who served as the US Speaker of the House and Secretary of State in the 1800s, noted that government is a trust, and the officers of the government are the trustees, and both the trust and the trustees are created for the benefit of the people. The enemies of democracy want to undermine people's sense of trust in the democratic system itself. At the same time, we're becoming more and more digitally dependent societies. As countries move away from paper ballots to digital technologies, it's not unusual to have minor interruptions to the electoral process. Storms or accidents have caused power outages. Floods, hurricanes, and earthquakes have caused voting delays sometimes. And in California, we have had voters displaced by wildfires. But beyond natural disasters, there are unnatural attacks that could cause major disruptions. For example, an infrastructure attack, especially one on the power grid, could influence the election outcome. Over the last year in the United States, there have been 2,800 physical assaults, such as gunfire, vandalism, or other attacks on the electrical networks of the country. Thankfully, only 3% of those attacks resulted in power outages or other problems. The bigger problem is that the US and the Western democracies are increasingly vulnerable to cyber attacks. Our power grid in the US endures about 60 online assaults per day, and that will likely increase as the election gets closer. While most polling places have backup generators, imagine the scenario if power outages cause days of delays. Even if every vote was eventually accounted for, it will create chaos and create distrust in the integrity of the election. Fortunately, there are very few adversaries who could mount attacks on a major scale. Really, it's only Russia, China, and Iran that have the type of cyber sophistication. Because this is always a national security concern, we have strong cyber defenses. And in the US, we have established powerful partnerships among academia, the private sector, and the US Cyber Command. Recently, the head of the US Cybersecurity assured voters that she didn't believe malicious actors could have a material effect on the outcome of the upcoming election. There are really three main areas where cyber threats could impact the 2024 elections. There is the election campaigns and voters through the news organizations, the political parties and campaigns, the different interest and donor groups, and the social media platforms. So that's one, the election campaigns and voters. The other is the election administrators, such as, for example, the election commissioners, the electoral register, and the state and local officials. And the third possible impact will come on the election systems, such as the voting machines, or the software and hardware used, and the election management systems. So these are really the three main areas of cyber threats: the campaigns and voters, the administrators, and the systems. However, it isn't necessary to directly hack the election system. All it takes is a fake story amplified by traditional or social media. In 2020, only a month before the presidential election, a popular news host posted pictures of more than 1,000 mail-in ballots in a trash can in California. That's a true story, actually. The photo was from the LA area. It turned out that they were old ballots from the 2018 election that had been gathered for recycling. Although election officials pushed back immediately, the story gained traction with more and more legitimate news sources. Within a single day, more than 25,000 Twitter users had shared a version of this photo, including one person who had more than 5.7 million followers. In 2020, another popular media personality wrote a book and produced a film claiming more than 2,000 people voted illegally in the election. Although, again, the claims were discredited and the initial book was recalled because of factual errors, the person didn't issue an apology for the false accusations until this year, 4 years later. And yet, those claims fuel years of voter fraud accusations and conspiracy theories, some of which are still circulating today, possibly leading to a stricter voting laws in the future. So beyond misinformation, it's possible that someone could tamper the voting machines. In 2022, a hacker in the state of Michigan bought a voting machine on eBay The US Election Assistance Commission says these machines should be kept under lock and key, in quotation marks. However, officials in Michigan had no idea the machine was missing or that it was for sale online on eBay, and it quickly set off an investigation. Fortunately, the buyer was a friendly hacker who had alerted the Secretary of State's office just to alert them that their voting machines are not as safe as they think they are. When the FBI came to pick it up, the voting machine was still in an open box in which it had arrived. The enemies of democracy can also create mass panic by attacking websites. In 2013, someone hacked the Associated Press Twitter feed, which reported an explosion at the White House. It took only 6 minutes for investors worried about terrorism to wipe out $136 billion in the stock market. A decade later, the tools of deception have advanced dramatically. In 2023, just as the stock market opened, an image of an explosion near the Pentagon started circulating. RT, the news service linked to Kremlin, posted the image on Twitter, showing a cloud of black smoke pouring out of the Pentagon. At the same time, another Twitter account, which falsely claimed to be associated with Bloomberg News and featured the blue verification checkmark, began to spread the story online. The image, of course, was quickly debunked as deep fake, but it shook the stock market in early trading that morning. Experts later claimed that the image was likely generated by an AI algorithm. Another major concern these days is what is called the perception hacks, a term that was coined by the former top election security official in the United States. Perception hacks are simply smaller attacks that can be exaggerated into something bigger. Hackers could amplify false allegations or create the impression that they tampered with the voting infrastructure. Even if the election itself goes smoothly without any problem, our enemies could create doubt after the results have been tallied. One of the most effective ways to create doubt is to cause confusion among the voters. Recently, we have seen a surge in fake images, audio, and video that look and sound very real. Fake news often originates from undemocratic nations, but some is homegrown. And the technology to make it more realistic is evolving rapidly. Some recent examples include advertising in the New York City subway calling on homeless Americans to join the fight in Ukraine. A claim that babies changed radically after being vaccinated. False reports of explosives found in a car outside a political rally. And this year, we have seen a dramatic increase in the amount of fake news focused specifically on elections. In the Democratic primaries, voters in New Hampshire received robocalls impersonating President Biden. Actually, the voice was very realistic, that of President Biden's, telling them to save their vote for November. In March, a deepfake video that had President Biden claiming Russia had occupied Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, for 10 years. And in late September, an image showed Donald Trump wading through flood water in the aftermath of a hurricane in North Carolina. That image was generated by AI, but the Instagram post was shared more than 160,000 times in 2 days. So, while elections are battling false claims and fake news, they also have to be prepared for the actual serious cyber attacks. If hackers directly attack the campaign or election infrastructure, a likely scenario would be a distributed denial of service, the so-called DDoS attack. This occurs when thousands or millions of computers are infected simultaneously. Bots flood a website with fake traffic, slowing it down or crashing it completely. So, and you may remember last year, Amazon Web Services, Google, and Cloudflare all experienced DDoS attacks of record-breaking size. However, the botnets assaulting the system were significantly smaller than what had previously been seen. This created major concerns that hackers are using new methods of targeting servers, which could bypass the traditional security protocols. Elections are prime targets for hackers to test their skills and, of course, to make them famous. In 2022, DDoS attacks were used against election officials and campaigns in the states of Illinois and Mississippi. Earlier this year, several DDoS attacks targeted multiple political parties during the first round of the French elections. And this summer, in Venezuela, hackers used a carpet-bombing DDoS attack, which targets traffic broadly across the entire network. In recent years, we have also seen several ransomware cyber attacks. You have heard of criminal gang locking down IT systems until someone pays a ransom. And I'm here to tell you that I had to pay a ransom as president of USC when we faced a ransomware attack at the databases of our medical center. All our patients' records, more than 1 million, were pretty much paralyzed, and the ransom actually wasn't a big amount. It was $250,000. That was the ask to be paid in cryptocurrency. So we reported the incident to the FBI, and then we told them we're going to pay the ransom, and that's exactly what we did. So, and eventually the FBI, and it took a few years, they were able to trace them through the island of Malta, which has become a hub of ransomware. And actually they did identify the bad actors, and some of them were prosecuted. But anyway, but their strategy was they were not asking for millions, they were asking for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they did it to many hospitals. The victims often range from retirees to universities, like ourselves, that we experienced it in the medical center, and large corporations. It's not hard to imagine how a politically motivated ransomware attack will play out. They could paralyze a campaign, lock up a computer network, or shut down the IT infrastructure. Any delay could seriously impact the campaign's operations, like in our case, the medical center's operations. We couldn't afford to have more than 24-hour delays, or make people question the integrity of an election. In 2020, it actually happened in the in the state of Georgia in the United States. Russian hackers used ransomware attack to log up a database used to verify voters' signatures. Poll workers were forced to check registration cards and signatures by hand. This, of course, slowed down the entire process. An investigation of the incident revealed a surprise. The attack could have been easily prevented, but for some reason, the Georgia Secretary of State's office had simply turned off the two-factor authentication. So sometimes you have to pay attention to the basics. As Adam pointed out in his talk, the password made it more difficult. The two-factor authentication is extremely, extremely important. If you turn it off, then you're asking for trouble. And that's exactly what happened in the state of Georgia. Another type of attack is the hack and dump. The most famous version of this attack is probably when the Russians stole thousands of emails from Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. But the hack and dump is nothing new. China hacked the campaigns of both John McCain and Barack Obama in 2008. In 2020, Russia, China, and Iran were all linked to attacks on the Trump and Biden campaigns. Knowing that these incidents can occur, how do you defend against them? Well, in 2017, Emmanuel Macron of France came up with an effective response. His campaign staff placed fake documents and emails on their own servers. So when they were hacked, no longer sure what was true and what was fake, reporters tended to ignore them. While it's becoming much more difficult to tell fake stories from the real ones, new technologies are making everything more complex. We all know that artificial intelligence holds immense power to transform our lives. But any new technology that can help can also cause a great harm. AI is incredibly efficient at creating misleading images, videos, or audio. The frightening thing is how realistic they have become. Earlier this month, a CNN reporter introduced a segment on artificial intelligence, only to reveal that his image was a deep fake created by a comedian who had only been using AI for just 2 weeks. A former chief of staff of the US Department of Homeland Security recently imagined the morning after Election Day of 2024. America wakes up to viral videos of ballots being tossed into trash cans and security camera footage of poll workers stuffing boxes in battleground states. Within hours, politicians, pundits, and social media influencers are crying foul. But here is the twist. None of these events actually happen. This is the brave new world in which we live. One in which an expert wrote, "In a digital war for democracy, truth is the first casualty." Cybersecurity is no longer just a technical issue, it is a fundamental pillar of our democratic values. So, what are the mitigation strategies to protect democracies? Firstly, democracies must prioritize robust cybersecurity frameworks. We must invest in advanced technologies and policies that promote election transparency and accountability. Governments, they have to collaborate with cybersecurity experts conducting regular audits and testing voting systems. Secondly, we need to improve cybersecurity education. We must ensure that election officials, poll workers, the volunteers are well trained in recognizing and responding to cyber threats. Additionally, public awareness campaigns should inform citizens and teach them how to protect themselves from misinformation and cyber manipulation. Collaboration is very essential. Government agencies, private sector, companies, and international partners must work together more closely. Cyber threats often transcend borders, and a unified front is necessary to combat them effectively. Sharing intelligence and best practices will help us defend our electoral processes from malicious actors. And furthermore, democracies should invest in the development of secure and verifiable voting technologies. This includes paper ballots to back up electronic systems, much stronger encryption methods, and clear protocols for monitoring and verifying the integrity of the vote. So the entire electoral process hinges on confidence. And that means people must believe their votes are counted accurately and securely. Lastly, we must acknowledge the role of social media and online platforms in shaping public perception, especially during elections. Democracies should work with these platforms to do a better job of combating disinformation. To be a bit more technical on what needs to be done, these are several key areas to enhance security and integrity. And here are some notable advancements in cybersecurity systems for voting machines and networks, especially for the voting machines and networks. One is the end-to-end encryption. Many modern voting systems now employ end-to-end encryption to ensure that votes are securely transmitted from the voter to the counting system. This protects against tampering and unauthorized access. The need for paper trails and audits. The systems are increasingly incorporating paper ballots or voter-verified paper audit trails that allow for physical verification of electronic votes. This enables post-election audits to confirm the accuracy of the electronic tallies. Multi-factor authentication, which I have already mentioned and was mentioned earlier today, to access the voting systems. The election officials must use multi-factor authentication. And when it comes to the passwords, the biometric data to enhance security. And the intrusion detection systems. Advanced IDS are being integrated into voting networks to monitor for suspicious activities and potential breaches in real time, allowing the rapid response to threats. There is also blockchain technology. Some experimental systems are exploring the use of blockchain to create a transparent ledger of votes which could enhance trust in the electoral process. Regular security assessments, training and awareness programs, and of course, collaboration with cybersecurity agencies. A close collaboration with national cybersecurity agencies in the US helps local election officials stay informed about the emerging threats and best practices. So all these developments aim to bolster the security and integrity of elections as threats to electoral systems continue to evolve. So, my friends and colleagues, democracy has never been easy, and it has most certainly never been perfect. One of the messiest facets of democracy in ancient Athens, as you know, was ostracophoria, which was an election to ostracize a citizen of Athens. If a person received 6,000 or more votes, he was banished from Athens for 10 years. No appeal of any court was allowed. The outcome, the decision, was final. The vote was final. Ostracism was simply a negative popularity contest with serious consequences. Well, reading history, the Spartans, as you know, feared the charismatic leader of Athens, Themistocles. They feared him because he was brilliant. So much so that they began a misinformation campaign with unfounded allegations against him, similar to what we call fake news today. Themistocles, the man who saved the young democracy of Athens with the Battle of Salamis, given his brilliance, well, he was ostracized and eventually exiled from Athens, falling a victim of that misinformation and fake news campaign. However, recent archaeological evidence hints that Themistocles' ostracism might have been rigged. Citizens voted back then by scratching the name of the person they wanted to ostracize on a shard of pottery, sometimes adding nasty comments. Well, that was 4 or 5 years ago. Thousands of pottery shards were found recently in one archaeological dig in a well on the north slope of the Acropolis. And after experts today examining the handwriting on those pottery shards, they concluded that they were all written by the same person. They were all created by the same hand. So they are exhibited today at the Museum of the Ancient Agora in Athens. So there is a very strong evidence that that election was rigged. Our history shows that we must continually work to protect and improve democracy. I'm reminded that while speaking to the British House of Commons, Winston Churchill once said, "Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those others that have been tried. Although it will never be a perfect system, it is up to us to keep democracy alive." And to paraphrase Abraham Lincoln, it is up to us to ensure that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Thank you.
I think we have some time for a few questions. I mean, this was a very thought-provoking talk. So if you have something to share or something to ask, Professor Nikias.
Yes. situation with the American elections. Now we are at the final sprint. I was wondering how do you comment the role of Elon Musk and Twitter, X platform, and the whole answers?
Yeah, I know a lot has been written and said about Elon Musk. You know, he's portraying himself as the strongest proponent of the First Amendment, that there should be no censorship. And that's why he came up with this idea of the petition that on a daily basis there will be a lottery and someone is going to win $1 million. If you sign up in support of the First and the Second Amendment, where the First Amendment is the freedom of expression, freedom of speech without any censorship whatsoever, and then the Second Amendment is the right to bear arms, you know, which is a big issue in the U.S. If you look at Elon Musk's kind of political activism, in 2008 and 2012, he was the biggest supporter for Obama. He campaigned for Obama. He gave a lot of money for Obama's campaigns. And however, I think in the second term of the Obama administration, and then during the Biden administration, if you look at objectively with Tesla and what he did for electric cars the last 25 years, he was truly a pioneer in electric vehicles. And actually at one point, Tesla was producing most of the electric vehicles manufactured, more so than all the other three. However, he ran into challenges with some of the unions of the workers of Tesla, and he fought the unions, and he won. But as a result, all the Democratic operatives, Obama in his second term and the Biden when he was president, they never bothered to invite, when they had their summits about clean energy and electric vehicles, Elon Musk was no longer invited because he fought and won against the unions. And I think, just to put it bluntly, that pissed him off. How dare you praising the other three that they are not even producing as many EVs as I do? And so I think that was part of it. And now he has become the biggest supporter of Trump. Yes.
Thank you very much for the very interesting talk. I was just wondering, what's the cost? Did anyone calculate the cost of this fact-checking and the cyber security measures that have to be in place?
It's very expensive. I can't give you a number, but from my own experience, how much money we're spending at USC to provide all the cyber security protection required. And given the fact that many of our faculty and a number of our institutes are also doing a lot of basic R&D and research for the Department of Defense, then in order to fully comply also with Department of Defense regulations, we needed much more an extra cybersecurity protection than the usual you may have, and we will be audited by DoD if we meet that requirement. And I could see in all my years, 14 years as provost and president of USC, that I had oversight of the budget of the university. The number was skyrocketing. And at one point, it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars each time that you have to go and spend. So I don't mean to scare you. It is an expensive proposition, but it's necessary. and therefore you have to find the money for that. Otherwise, the consequences are going to be worse. It's a big ticket item expense. You cannot cut corners.
We have one more question.
Yes, may I add?
Yes.
Security is expensive, and security is more expensive, I would say.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much. My question is, do you know good examples of using AI as a tool for battling the generative AI fakes? Maybe you do know some good practices, some tools or whatever. Do you see the role for AI for battling bad AI? Let's call it like this.
For better AI?
Battling.
Oh, batting badly. I cannot really point out to any particular system. I mean, there are many, so-called products out there, but I don't think I qualify to say one in favor of the other. And because all of them, they really need to be tested, and it is something new anyway.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I think there was one last question, and then we will move to the panel.
Yes. Thanks for the great talk. Very quick question. Given how expensive cybersecurity is becoming, do you see it as a war of attrition?
As a what?
A war of attrition. You said that there are 60 attacks every week at the energy grid. So do you see that maybe part of all of those attacks and all of this is not just necessarily to gain access, but rather to just waste resources that we could have been spending on, something useful? Well, not on cybersecurity, but useful.
Right. You remind me when I was a student in Buffalo, I remember in our neighborhood, everybody was getting up in the morning and then they saw the windshield on their cars, okay? And there were tens of cars, they were all broken, okay? And then one of the students said, I bet you it's probably the store that is selling windshields that they did it so they can generate some business for themselves. It's not how many or thousands of cyber attacks that you face per day. Sure, there are the individual hackers that they may be doing it for fun or because they want to gain some popularity, okay? Even with fake names that they were the ones and take pride for doing it. So that's one part, and probably they mean no harm, but you should not ignore the fact that there are serious bad actors that they want to cause harm. So, as I said, you cannot cut corners. You have to ensure that you have the best cyber security possible, and then you hope that you don't have as many attacks. There's no second guessing.
Let's take our speaker.
Okay. Thank you.
We will now enter into the second panel. This panel will be moderated by Professor Marios Dekiakos of the Computer Science Department. We have with us Jeff Cole and Michalis Servianos from the Cyprus University of Technology, and Kyriakos Keridis, founding member of the Cyprus Investigative Reporting Network. As you've heard this morning, unfortunately, Sarah Mojarat could not be with us today. It was kind of It was not only Sarah, but also Mr. Mikhail in the next panel, who was not able to come, and due to a mistake that I made, also the first panel missed the participation of Konstantin Mavrolis from the Cyprus Institute. But we ended up with 3 exceptional speakers in each panel, so I think we're happy for what comes. Please.
So thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's great to be here. My name is Marios Digiakos. I'm professor of computer science at the University of Cyprus here, and I'm going to moderate this panel on misinformation and disinformation in the age of AI. So I will start with some brief notes. As Professor Nikias mentioned, misinformation and or information-driven incitement is a very old story. It has roots in early human history. Even before Thucydides, maybe the Trojan horse is another example of manipulating information to achieve certain tactical or strategic goals. Also, very well known is the misinformation campaign that Octavian Augustus did against his main opponent, Mark Antony, which led to the demise of the Roman Republic. However, nowadays, the amplification of misinformation in modern societies is unparalleled, and this is due to the emergence of the internet and online social media. And there are, of course, many incident analyses that have been mentioned earlier from several high-profile cases which elucidate how orchestrated disinformation campaigns weaponize social media to sow confusion, to sway public perceptions, and to erode societal cohesion and subvert the democratic process. So such campaigns can foment real-world polarization, compromise the epistemological basis of truth claim validation, and influence electoral outcomes. Additionally, there is a global surge in affective polarization, which perpetuates a vicious cycle, fueling even further the spread of online disinformation and hate speech. So to make matters worse, the unprecedented advances in generative AI technology, which we're witnessing in the last 18 to 20 months, particularly with large language model-based tools like ChatGPT, it seems that they make the creation and propagation of disinformation and insightful speech faster and easier than ever, enabling malicious entities to craft high-quality, personalized content to support any narrative, irrespective of its veracity. This problem was recognized in the Bletchley Declaration, which was signed by countries attending UK's AI Safety Summit in 2023, a year ago exactly, which noted that the potential for unforeseen risks stemming from the capability of AI systems to manipulate content or generate deceptive content, and therefore they call for an urgent deepening of our understanding of these potential risks and of actions to address them. So this conference could not come at a better time, and this panel focused exactly on the issue of what is the interplay between AI and disinformation. There was some reference earlier about what disinformation means. There were some questions, and indeed it is a phenomenon that has multiple facets. That's why we often discuss about fake news, we talk about misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. This is a term that is used by the United Kingdom government, as well as computational propaganda, foreign information manipulation and interference, FIMI. This is a term that is used by the European Union's External Action Service. And we also have terms like echo chambers, filter bubbles, active measures. Active measures is a term that was used to describe Soviet intelligence operations during the Cold War, and as well as post-truth, etc. So today we have some notable experts that we are going to discuss the issue. The first is Dr. Jeffrey Cole, Director of the Center for Digital Future of the University of Southern California. Jeffrey has been at the forefront of media and communication technology issues both in the United States and internationally for the past 3 decades. And in 1999, he was praised by US Vice President Al Gore at the time as a true visionary, providing the public with information on how to understand the impact of media. And he has worked with the White House in subsequent administrations, both Democratic and Republican, Bill Clinton, George Bush, Obama, and Biden. Our second guest is Dr. Michalis Sirivianos, who is Associate Professor at the Cyprus University of Technology and the Dean of the School of Engineering and Technology at the university. His research explores how social media users can tell lives apart, and his research interests include trust-aware design of distributed systems, federated identity management, discrimination based on personal data, and cyber safety. I believe Michalis is also instrumental person in fact-checking efforts here in Cyprus. And last but not least, Mr. Kyriakos Pieridis is a journalist. Welcome. Kyriakos is the co-founder and managing editor of CYREN, the Cyprus Investigative Reporting Network, which was established in May 2024, and it is a partner of OCCRP. He's a journalist with a distinguished and long career and a lot of experience in reporting on and analyzing current affairs. Without further ado, I will try to kick off the discussion with some questions. First, to Jeffrey, I mean, based on your experience and your long career in studying media and the internet, how do you see the evolution of systematic deception in internet media, and how do you think AI is going to shape it in the future?
First, let me just say, I work with Professor Nikias. I don't work for him, and so I can say this without pandering. I think that was the best description I have ever heard, and would like a copy of that. And I don't get anything by flattering him, other than a thank you or a smile. That was really an extraordinary presentation. And you were talking of, well, all of us are talking about cybersecurity where it comes to elections. But we're coming from two different directions which have merged, and you covered both, but you focused primarily on the technological threat, on two-factor authorization, hacking, ransomware, all those kinds of things. And those who heard me this morning know I've been focusing mostly on misinformation, and both of which do tremendous damage to the truth, to reliability, and to confidence. So let me talk a little bit about how I think AI may play a role in that and what can be done. And incidentally, I'm well aware that among my other panelists, I had 45 minutes this morning. So I think I should be very brief and really let them have more time. But what we're talking about is saving democracy. The Washington Post, their slogan is "Democracy dies in darkness." So this is about using speech and using technology to open up, put air into the concept, and to make stodgy concepts live and breathe. I want to talk about a few things, some of which are AI, some of which are just common sense, that I think can really deal with misinformation. Some of them, as I mentioned this morning, are legal, some are technological, and some are behavioral. There's one simple legal change or constitutional change that could make an immense difference on misinformation. And that's the fact that we heard that in the United States, the percentage of people who vote is 62%. My guess is it will be higher in 13 days because I think everyone perceives this is a high-stakes election. But if we were able to move to an Australian-type system of required voting, 100% turnout, people are fined if they don't turn out, you would go a long way to diminishing misinformation. A lot of the misinformation in the Trump-Harris campaign is trying to discourage some people to vote, to make them so frustrated. Trump doesn't mind looking like a flawed candidate because as he appears flawed, he tries to make Harris appear flawed, with the goal of just diminishing interest in getting people not to vote. Since there are people not voting, the focus is on who are the ones who are most likely to vote and how can you really change their minds, and misinformation is a key part of that. So just having 100% turnout would do an awful lot to diminish misinformation before a campaign. The likelihood of that happening is extremely remote because this is true in the US, but it's true in most countries. One party benefits from lesser turnout. And in America, it's the Republicans, which is why their strategy, and incidentally, America needs a strong Republican Party like we've had for most of our history, or at least since the party was founded in the 1850s. But the Republican Party counts on people not being able to register to vote, not getting out to vote, using voter suppression methods, discounting their votes, as we're seeing and trying to happen now. So just 100% turnout would make a difference. I also think when you look at some of the technological solutions to the main question, Professor Kio's mentioned the fact that he isn't ready to endorse a particular system that can detect misinformation or deep fakes, but there are companies now claiming that they have begun to handle or be able to crack this idea of separating deep fakes from reality. I don't think we're there yet, but I think we're getting there, and I think AI is going to be able to turn on itself and really make changes. I think we need a policy behaviorally of no tolerance, of stiff penalties, where we saw in some of the slides I showed how we're moving more to wanting to punish people or arresting them. I think a no tolerance policy. I touched on, I think a shaming policy really can be the beginning. It doesn't solve the problem by itself. I said this morning that Trump, they had counted at the Washington Post 4,000 instances of lying. Turns out I was wrong. I forgot the number. It was 34,000 in 4 years, which means it would probably be more like 100,000 in a new term. I endorse on the misinformation side the concepts that we also just heard about community training, school training. If you looked at the data I showed, it showed that almost no children are saying their parents are teaching them about misinformation. We've got to get parents up to speed. And also to use a Greek word, and I'm in the right place to use it. It turns out, I think, with spreading information, the ethos of the messenger makes a big difference. We see misinformation everywhere, but there's something uniquely ugly about what Trump has done. And interestingly, to me, I don't think, he's, for those who follow it closely, and sadly the whole world has to follow it closely, which is embarrassing to us, but the first thing he did that showed the rules had changed was to make fun of John McCain, a war hero. And then shortly after that, he did a bad impression of a handicapped reporter. I'm sure you've all seen that 100 times. Normally, it would have ended right there. But as Trump said, he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and it wouldn't make a difference. And it looks like he's pretty close to the truth. Between the Access Hollywood, making fun of Paul Pelosi, the husband of the speaker who had his head bashed in by an intruder in the House, turning that into a joke. It shows how bad it's gotten, but weirdly, it only seems to be Trump who can get away with all of that. If you saw his rally last week, where a couple of people fainted and he decided not to go on with the questions, but instead to play music for 40 minutes and dance in his own style of dancing, the woman standing next to him was Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota. And she wanted to be his vice president. And she decided, she's writing an autobiography, and she decided the route to take to be getting him to notice her was to be as tougher even than he is. So she talked about in her book how her dog was starting to not really attack, but be annoying and bother other dogs and bother people. So she did the only humane thing you could do. Took the dog out to a gravel pit with a shotgun and shot him dead. And people, turns out she can't get away with that. Almost no one else can get away with what he, and what that is, why it's his ethos, but that fever is going to break someday. Maybe it will take his death. I don't think the whole world has been infected. I don't think anybody else can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and get away with it. But anyway, I was very pleased to see how much optimism we saw on Adam Powell's panel, although I think some of that were people saying, I'm just optimistic. But nonetheless, this is an issue that we're going to be tackling for a very long time, and our democracy depends on it. But I do think, back to the original question, I think AI itself is going to play a very important technological role.
Thank you. Now let's turn to Michalis, who is working research-wise in this kind of technique. So, what makes AI so, let's say, dangerous or so potent in possibly advancing disinformation?
It's inherently capable to, good evening everyone. So AI is inherently capable by design to hack our brains. So it's trained on our brains, it's trained on the output of our brains. So it's uniquely positioned to know our habits, kind of predict our habits, and so on. And as computational power increases and algorithms improve, and the imagination of computer scientists creates new architectures, new, more potent architectures, we're bound to see even more things that will surprise us. The transformer revolution, the GPT revolution, surprised us. Nobody predicted that this would be so advanced so quickly. Not even Google. So Google discovered it, Google didn't even use it. So these guys did not predict that it would be that useful and that powerful. So we cannot really predict where AI will go. But we can say a few things about what it has done so far and how it has helped bad actors hack our democracy. And I will get back to this later, but it's important to mention that when we say bad actors, we don't mean just external foreign actors, foreign interference, namely Russia, let's not hide our words here, but ourselves, our own selves. Each and every citizen, we're all responsible for what's going on. So, going to, for example, there are various technologies, targeted advertising. That's the laser-guided precision weapon of disinformation. This created problems that became very infamous back in the 2016 election. That's the so-called Cambridge Analytica scandal. So we know that something happened with
voters' data back there. And we know that they were targeted. We know that they were discouraged to vote, so they were targeting basically African Americans with anti-Clinton messages, so they don't go to vote. That was the intention. And most likely, now that Elon Musk, for example, has direct access to this data, he doesn't have to recruit any nefarious company. They have the capacity to target, and they have expressed the intention to target specific voters. So we're talking about a guy who recently said that he's willing to pay voters to go to register for his campaign. That's an implicit way of paying for votes.
He just got called, I just want to add this because it's funny, I think. He just got called on that it may be illegal to pay people to register. So now they're claiming that they're just hiring them as consultants for a day at $1 million a day.
And that's a great example of how you can hack a democracy. So you can use the weaknesses of the system, of the rule of law system, to really go between the gaps and attack specific procedures. And he's using the immunity that his money and access to power offer. Now as algorithms become much better at targeting and at advertising, this will become a lot more problematic. But I have to point out a recent study by Duncan Watts, the very famous computational social scientist at UPenn. These folks found that it's not exactly certain that it's the algorithms, the recommendation algorithms that drive us to do things and drive us to particular content and rabbit holes and create the echo chambers. It's possible, at least recently, in the current snapshot that they took, it's possible that we are the ones teaching the algorithms explicitly to radicalize us, to create a more polarized recommendation environment. It's possible that we're already radicalized by ourselves, that we have internal biases that are so profound and are manifesting in the current environment, political environment, in ways that we explicitly teach the algorithm. And when I say we, I mean all of us, going back to the personal responsibility issue. So these guys, for the first time, have really broken the narrative that, by the way, I also subscribe to that narrative that algorithms are creating polarization, algorithms are radicalizing us, they are creating radicalization paths on YouTube and so on. And now they say that it's possible that algorithms are actually trying to diversify what we view, because they are programmed to try to alleviate the problem of algorithmic amplification of bad content. But it's ourselves who insist to go at so-called problematic sites or see problematic videos. So there's a huge uncertainty here. At the same time, people are publishing very good papers in Nature and so on saying that, or PNAS, and other people are publishing very good papers saying the other thing. So there's scientific uncertainty, there's no consensus. Now, the deepfakes issues. So we moved from generative adversarial networks, who were quite effective at generating quite faithful videos and images, to now mostly foundation model, transformer-based generative tools that create extremely realistic videos. We've seen examples. Of course, the implications are obvious, right? And they have already been used extensively. For example, recently in the Milton hurricane situation, there was a deep fake with a so-called tornado saying that, trying to pass the message that this is really, really bad, destructive, and everybody, that was even worse than it actually was. Or there was some other deep fake showing planes creating and throwing chemicals so that they amplify the effect of the hurricane, saying that FEMA itself is creating and amplifying the hurricane. Many deep fakes trying to convince people not to evacuate. There was a huge information war there, and this was quite disturbing, really. that led to a very interesting, very recent Atlantic article. Basically, the title is, "I Can't Believe How Bad It Is." The situation is worse than we think. That was the title, more or less. They make a very nuanced statement there, citing Michael Caulfield from University of Washington. So the article is about how we ourselves basically have our own biases, and these are the biases that the algorithms and the bad actors are exploiting. And Caulfield says, it seems that the primary use of misinformation is not to change the beliefs of other people at all. Instead, the vast majority of this information is offered as a service for people to maintain their beliefs in face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. So, yeah, if we frame it like this, it's a much better explanation. Because, yes, we have the biases, we've all seen, and we are unable to convince people of the truth. No matter how many fact checks we write, and no matter how much disinformation we detect, certain colleagues, certain citizens will choose to believe the lie. And this is why somebody with no ethos is very likely to become the next president of the United States. And everybody can see this ethos, right? Everybody can see that he lies, but people who vote for him, they know that he's lying, but they don't care. There's also a very recent study at the Journal of American Sociology, I think, American Journal of Sociology, from MIT and CMU, saying that people manifest impressive moral flexibility. When they see facts that contradict with their beliefs, they are willing to say, okay, you're probably right, your fact is right. They don't denounce your fact, the truth. They say, you're probably right, but I don't care. As long as Clinton is not elected, as long as Kamala is not elected, as long as the liberal elite, especially at the universities, liberal elite doesn't maintain the gateways of knowledge. As long as we destroy the system and we can keep our guns and our freedom of speech. So a lot of moral flexibility. So this is a wake-up call. So the problem is really not just technical. AI may solve some problems. It will be an arms race for them, for sure. I mean, so we can generate more convincing deepfakes, and AIs will detect it, and so on, until you reach a singularity where the distribution of the statistical properties of deepfakes are exactly the same as the real image. But eventually, it will be an arms race, and we are bound to lose that. It's a social problem, it's an education problem, it's a media literacy problem, and it's a problem of our society's, actually our liberal democracies fracturing under the heavy weight of inequality, marginalization of huge swaths of people all over the world, and of course under the geopolitical, geostrategic threat that we are all bound to face with the rise of China and the great power, of course, the tragedy of great power politics here. We are bound. We have a new great power emerging. They are bound to seek for more power, larger part of the world, and so they are also bound to do some propaganda activities as well. The West has done propaganda, so why not everybody else for their own reasons? So this is a very explosive mixture, and yes, technology can offer some solutions, but that's not enough. Education and media literacy, we have to start from that. Critical capacities for our students, and so on. In the end, the only way to actually discern, tell apart what's true or what not, what's a lie, will probably be provenance, knowing who said it, knowing the ethos of who said it, for example, or knowing the credibility, or knowing what the actual credentials of the person who said it. Because technology will not give us automatic, persistent and consistent and reliable automatic fake detection artifacts. We will not have, in the long run, we will not have it. It's an arms race. We may have it just for a few instances, and then a better technology will invade those instances, and so on. It's not like spam. Fake news, disinformation is not like spam. It's a different problem.
Thank you, Helen. So, Kyriakos, you have been working in journalism for many years, and as it was mentioned this morning, journalism and news media are being sidelined by platforms, social media, TikTok, etc. And it seems that generative AI makes things even worse, because I mean now the production of excellent text is a matter of a few clicks. So what do you think are the challenges for journalism and for investigative journalism in particular?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Many thanks to the University of Cyprus for inviting me. This is the first presentation I have as co-founder and managing editor of CYENS, the Cyprus Investigative Reporting Network in Cyprus. We are affiliated to OCCRP, and we're working on the international level in order to address huge challenges in relation with transparency, rule of law, and corruption. As you know, Cyprus is a hotspot for many reasons in these subjects. And I find it very fascinating, the fact that for 34 years I am in profession. I have experienced all this evolution, technological evolution of the digital era, and every 2 or 3 years we are experiencing as journalists the new technological advances which have changed a lot drastically our work and have a certain impact on how we address our mission. And what I would like to try to answer is what actually the public opinion is expecting from us after we have all these power tools in our hands. So I was thinking how to address this fundamental question while coming here. I took several notes, and I use also AI in order to gather quickly the information I needed just to identify some key trends in the whole discussion. I would say that we definitely feel that AI is transforming journalism in an unprecedented pace again. And from the moment we have so powerful tools in our hands, what shall we do in order to define or redefine our role in the society as journalists? And I was thinking how many things can we do in less than an hour. For example, if we want to gather so much information and quickly analyze data and come out and find the trends of a story, or even assign, let's say, AI tools to prepare a news article for us. So I was thinking, can we handle it? Can we really lead the process while having these powerful tools in our hands? And when I was thinking how to use this new tool, I found out that I am again returning to the fundamental principles of journalism. Because the most important factor in the whole chain of this thinking is the human factor. I do believe that while we have this huge evolution with AI in our hands, we have to go back to the fundamentals of journalism, because much of that, much of these principles, we should not take them for granted, definitely, especially in Cyprus, I have to say, because I have experience journalism, the quality of journalism in Cyprus, in both the public sector and the private sector, and I do know what are the handicaps, what are the deficits we have in order to promote, to have something in hand for which we can be proud of as journalists. So I do believe that fundamentals are still there. And what are the fundamentals? You have to speak the truth, be accurate, fair and independent, respect privacy, be transparent, avoid harming people while reporting, handle sensitive topics. So while we are using this powerful machine, which is not just a searching machine, but it's also a very helpful, a very valuable assistant, I can say, assistant. I'm thinking of whether we can use the experience of and the ethics of journalists in order to improve this machine and make it work as the public opinion expects, preserving the fundamentals as I have described. I don't have the technological answers for that. Maybe you have more, but I definitely know from my work, while now working in the CYENS, together with other international journalists, I do believe that the key issue we need to address is how to check facts and work according to the evidences we have to gather news and work on investigating stories. Maybe investigative journalism is more important than ever because we have ready news produced by so many platforms, and I do really believe that the human factor in this case, if we are able to train AI to work with, let's say, ethics, we need to incorporate in the whole process, in the whole process of producing these stories, the experience of those people who can double check and introduce the ethics of journalism in the outcome at the end. I'm not sure that we can make it alone, because this is much more in the hands of those very powerful polars in the digital society. Definitely governments, international organizations, academia are playing a very, very important role. We need to create an alliance among those who have identified all these areas of concern, which are very profound to many of you, as the challenges of using AI tools, and introduce the principles of journalism in the process of gathering these news. And this is also a key for those who will succeed us in universities where we teach, in order to deliver and transfer our experiences of working so many years in the field. I'm not pessimist, I have to say. On the contrary, I feel like living this fascinating evolvement of technology while continue being a journalist and without abandoning the basics of journalism: accuracy, accountability, responsibility, fairness with those people who are affected, by giving them the chance to reply. These are fundamentals while we are using this powerful machine. I don't know if I can add more in this part of the discussion. Definitely, from my experience, for many, many years working on the international level, I do believe that we need to do much more with academia in order to improve journalism in Cyprus, and definitely to make full usage of the new AI machines we have in hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks all for your very interesting comments. I will, continue with some questions based on what you said, which you may want to comment. I think it is clear that one approach in the misinformation, disinformation, etc., is the manipulation of facts. So definitely fact-checking is important. That's why there was all this effort about fake news, so that the fakeness of this news can be proven, and hopefully the people would not buy them. However, there is this term malinformation that I mentioned in the opening. Malinformation is, I will read the definition, is a situation of where there is deliberate misleading of a situation by twisting the meaning of truthful information. Namely, as the propagandists know, the best propaganda is done with truths, not with fake information. So, in that sense, how do you see this evolving in an era where AI produces most of the information, where, okay, we are in a certain age where we live before the internet, before social media, we read books, but the younger generation, they grow up with social media, with TikTok, with maybe the perception, and maybe I'm wrong, the perception that you can judge a situation in a few minutes or at most.
I can take a crack at that, and then you guys can. I thought your message was incredibly optimistic, and my God, I hope you're right. You're calling for a reinvigoration of standards, of ethics, of gatekeepers. I still worry where the financial basis to pay for that is going to come from, but I think the direction we're heading is pretty ugly. And I take, for example, facts can be words have always been able to be manipulated. But most of us grew up with the notion of a picture's worth 1,000 words. And seeing is believing. And you can't really manipulate that. And if you look, go back to the Access Hollywood tape, where Trump threatened to grab, well, I don't have to tell you what he threatened to grab. He considered trying to say that wasn't real. But that was before AI had become part of the vocabulary. If that happened now, that would have been the immediate defense. It just, my enemies just made all this up. I don't think we even have pictures to go by anymore. And the goal, I think, is not to discredit the other side, it's to discredit all sides. It's just to say, to have people throw their hands up and say, you just can't believe anything. That's a victory for bad actors. And I worry, but my God, I hope you're right.
Can I reflect on that? If we leave all the room open to specific sources of information, if we put it on the level of a country, of Cyprus, for example, if it's up to the hands of those who are in power to create news, most probably the outcome after we come out with searching machines and all these digital tools we have in hand, the outcome will be their story. They will have the chance to present their story. this is one of the issues we are already confronted for many, many years. The one-sided story coming out from those who hold power. And unfortunately, we didn't do well for several years in Cyprus, especially when it comes up to corruption issues and etc. I do believe that if we want to survive as journalists, and we want to be part of a society which has certain checks and balances in democracy, we have to be more strict to ourselves, what we want to do, whether we just want to follow the story of the one-sided story coming out from those in power, or we want to change this by introducing the basic ethics we have in journalism. It comes again to the fundamental questions we are experiencing for very, many years. I don't know if they are so powerful to present their own story in the way they want. We have this kind of practices. When you check, for example, the TV news bulletin at 8 o'clock in Cyprus, you will see that you have 5 TV channels reproducing the same story, just with some slight differences between them. I do believe that if there is room for more efforts in journalism, we need to find the real competitor to this kind of journalism. And the real competitor to this kind of journalism is to focus on doing things differently and supporting truth and honest reporting among our audiences. Otherwise, we will left out from our audiences because they will not believe anything, as is the case we are experiencing recently in Cyprus. Whatever the president says, it has been described so unreliable, so nobody believes him. So it's a continuous effort of changing trends which have to do with the polars of democracy. And I do believe that journalists have something to do more in order to gain ground and improve the quality of democracy in Cyprus. I'm talking mainly for Cyprus because in other countries I do believe that we are still powerful as journalists. We do have, I'm optimist when I say, we do have the media outlets powerful enough to defend the mandate of independent journalism nowadays.
Michael, would you like to comment on this one?
So, yes. So it's important to cater to the audience, give the audience the truth, what needs to be said. And the question is whether there will be audience that is willing, that's accepting, that cares about the truth, or has the same notions of truth like we currently have, or the older generation, or is willing to read a lot of pages to understand the truth, to understand the nuances in the text that reveal the truth. I fear of a future in which a very well-written article like by the New York Times or a great article by OCCRP is basically not understandable by an audience. Not a stupid audience, maybe a very productive audience, maybe a well-equipped audience to understand many other things, understand science or be very creative, but may not be willing or able to understand the signals, get the signals of, okay, this is verified now, this follows logically, there is a rationale behind whatever this journalist is saying. I think it's possible to do that. The new audiences will lose that capacity, and it's possible that even we are slowly losing this capacity through our mobile phone addictions and so on. So we need to adjust the message. Journalists need to use, technologies need to focus on providing very good tools for journalists, the appropriate tools for journalists, and journalists need to use the new media somehow in a more engaging way. As far as the effectiveness of fact-checking, debunking is concerned, so there is reason to be optimistic about it. There is a recent study, again, very, very recent study, in Nature Human Behavior. They measured it with a significant sample that people who are exposed to the fact-checked information are 30% less likely to eventually believe that information, believe the fake information, and close to 30% less likely to share it. So in this controlled environment, in this experiment with 1,000 plus humans, they observed that fact checks, the standard fact checks that we know about, that we are used to, are effective. Personally, I find it a little hard to believe that it's that effective, but perhaps there are some channels, some way, there's ways to access that audience. Now, as I said earlier, so there's this quote that disinformation is used is basically a service for people to maintain their beliefs. Malinformation, misinformation, disinformation has evolved into a service for people to maintain their false beliefs. Fact-checking, in contrast, fact-checking basically is evolving into a service for people who don't believe, who are not biased towards false beliefs, to get anchored, to maintain their connection to the truth, to get a confirmation that what they believe and appears true to them, and it is true, is actually true. That somebody else is also saying it. So these fact checks, at least they serve that purpose, to maintain our sanity. It's good if you know something to be true, to read a fact check about that. At least it's a little comforting. And of course, they're extremely useful for journalists. So any journalist who is trying to do a cross-examination of the events that they're investigating is bound to find a fact check in English or Greek or whatever language, and use that as also as a relatively reliable source of information. So fact-checking for now seems to be effective, seems to be useful, but we cannot rely on it to change the electoral, for example, body, or to eradicate pseudoscience. That's another problem, huge problem, pseudoscience. I'll come later to pseudoscience, yeah.
Thanks. So I think we all agree that having strong professional journalism and good tools for journalists can really help to have a healthy information environment.
I don't agree completely, because I think I tried to show sources of information this morning, and for those who are older, they care about well-trained journalists, they care about adherence to the truth and ethics. But we saw for those under 40, they're looking at TikTok and Facebook and YouTube, where there are none of those professional guardrails, and I'm not sure they care about the truth.
Yes, exactly. So
I think they care about a good 15 to 30 second experience. So I'm not sure they don't, and I don't want to sound like an old guy saying the young people don't, but it's so different depending on which media you use.
Definitely. Actually, I wanted to go to this point exactly. So Kyriakos mentioned several times the word power. So how journalism can, have the power to push a true message. Now, it seems that disinformation nowadays is not weaponizing information, but is weaponizing a business model, which is extremely powerful. So, what do you think about that?
I mentioned, the business model for most traditional news media has been eroded for a while, the development we were seeing in the US that looked like it might work was the billionaire coming in and buying the local newspaper. Rupert Murdoch is an example of that. Jeff Bezos at the Washington Post. Our Los Angeles Times is owned by the wealthiest man in Southern California, a physician, Patrick Singh. That looked like that was a model that was going to work, that would immunize the kind of media you're talking about and I want to see from financial pressures, because they really can't compete in the marketplace anymore. The advertising base is gone. And we've seen that media get emaciated, whether it's number of pages in the newspaper or the number of foreign bureaus for a television broadcast or the number of employees. So, but that sadly, that model isn't working. Bezos seems to have lost interest in the Post. Rupert Murdoch is 93 years old, and those newspapers will close or be sold within days of his passing. Patrick Singh in Los Angeles is not wealthy enough to endow. He's 70 years old, and I don't think there's enough money to endow that, so its future may be gone in a year to 10 years. So I don't see a model that works. Found the public model, the Guardian model worked in one or two places, but I worry about what you want to do, and that's the kind of journalism I want, takes money, and these are emaciated budgets.
May I reflect on that, Professor? We do understand that the situation is very, very difficult. We do not want to admit that we will never defeat it. So we are still working on the field of journalism with a strong belief that there are people among us who wish to get rid of this rubbish news they are listening every day, and they want something which is trusted and worthy to read. And that's why in this stage of my career, I'm investing a lot on investigative journalism. We have the picture of a public opinion exhausted from so many news outlets. I'm taking the paradigm of our small country with so many media outlets belonging to media lords with no ethics, no charters, nothing. They are just having a business there. Most profoundly, they want to gain power from having a media, or they want to serve other side business they have. So this kind of media, from my point of view, although it seems to be the prevailing media we have, are not enough, and certain parts of the society are looking for something different. And from the moment we see how trust is declining among those media and those who are feeding media with news on a daily basis, we do believe that there is a certain part of the society thirsty for something else. I admit that we cannot confront them in the same way because they have machine guns, we have very small weapons as journalists to confront them. But this is part of what we are experiencing for many, many years when we are trying to upgrade the standards of journalism and even inspire young generation to get into this painful job. And it's not that easy, you know better from academia, that it's not easy to have a young generation of journalists coming coming in front and continue this effort. But we do see some small miracles in journalism, and I believe that it's worth it to continue and use as much as we can from other sources of let's say, this technological power we have. We can use it in a proper way in order to have a much better outcome of what we are providing to our consumers.
Thank you. So it seems that, we have not been able to regulate successfully the first, let's call it the first wave of AI, which is the algorithm of Facebook and Twitter, etc., for the benefit of society. And so we have an amplification of all kinds of insightful content. So what do you think about, let's say, the second wave of AI, which is generative AI, which is a different beast? I mean, from the algorithms that manipulate the content that reaches the social media users. Jeff, you mentioned about legal, technical, and behavioral aspects. I mean, do you think there are opportunities to, or there are necessities to address with respect to regulating this wave of generative AI?
No, first, the actions have come pretty late. It's the good actors who want to put the guardrails in place. You may get some general consensus or some platitudes. I hate to be so negative, because I wish you were winning every argument, and I hope you do, because I'm on your side. I don't see us regulating AI in any meaningful way. Our White House under Biden has made a valiant effort and understands the importance, but I don't think you're going to see any effective regulation. I mean, the whole digital movement has moved power from institutions to individuals. We've seen that from the first email message that got sent, and I think AI does that even more, because it turns us into effective creators. We've been amateur creators ever since we posted things on MySpace to really date this. But I think generative AI really turns us into effective creators. So I don't see it, unfortunately.
In Europe, we run a very real risk of over-regulation. We have already seen that with the absolute terms for lethal autonomous weapons. The US has a thriving industry going in that direction. In Europe, we are, okay, that's a given. There's no way we should never make them, so eventually everybody will make them except Europe. I'm not talking about the ethical and the moral implications of this choice, but the US has taken a course, Europe has taken another course for a very explicit issue, the issue of lethal autonomous weapons. That's in the AI Act. Now, we have very general provisions for manipulation, manipulating opinion, personal opinions or manipulating public opinion. That's very general, it's so general, it's too general, it cannot possibly be enforced. The computer vision and facial recognition provisions in the AI Act are, in reality, they are irrelevant in most cases, and most likely they're not going to be enforced or applied so strictly in the US. We've seen the Draghi report. He was referring to explicitly to the over-regulation with respect to GDPR and the DMA, the Digital Markets Act, and how it has harmed, and the bad enforcement and the uncertainties and the ambiguities, and how they have already harmed the European industry. And most likely we will see that in the AI Act. And it can be quite, it's quite alarming. It's quite alarming. I think the US, of course, is in a much better position than Europe. They have the know-how, they have the technology. I think most likely it's going to play out like, you know, OpenAI and Google's and so on. They will try to somehow impose restrictions and regulations that basically fence their business models. So they will try to make it, they will try to raise the barrier of entry for everybody else. Not because they care about the good of society, but because it's a way to get a competitive advantage, to gain a competitive advantage via regulation. So, in summary, in Europe, as always, we run a risk of over-regulation and staying behind in very critical, very crucial technologies, even at the risk of our own national security.
When it comes to the question of regulating AI, the only thing I can propose from our point of view as journalists is that I do believe that in the process of fact-checking stories produced by AI, the human review is very, very important. Maybe we can incorporate in academia journalists with experiences working with fact-checkers and create a trend on how to improve the outcome of producing news via automaticized machines. Second thing is that definitely we need guides for journalists on how to use AI. This is not part of the regulation, which is a huge story for the high-level politics and business people. I do believe that the journalists need guides and need to be trained again and again in order to improve their skills on how to use AI, and they have to have in mind a set of additional rules of what we have discussed as principles for journalism in order to have the best outcome we can have, accurate and ethical. This is what I can do.
Thank you. We have some minutes for questions from the audience, so please. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me now? So my name is Nicolas Boñades from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I specialize on I specialize on matters of cyber diplomacy, digital diplomacy, and hybrid threats. So today's session goes right under my jurisdiction in the ministry. I've been a journalist in the past. I've also worked in the communications sphere, so I can chip into all parts of the conversation today. So let me start saying that the new tools being provided to journalists today are just way too much to be greatly involved in the daily process of journalism. So I've been a journalist, I've utilized intelligence models such as OSINT, open source intelligence for everyone that doesn't know, SOCMINT, which is social media intelligence, so you find information on social media. You have those difficult to navigate tools and difficult to navigate terrains in vastly different platforms that you have to understand how they work. And then you have at the same time the algorithms, which anyone who knows how to use them just gets in front of you. So like you said before, Mr. Diago, it's like sometimes some great reports might not even go to the right sources or to the public because they're not utilizing the algorithm in social media. Sometimes we see that great information or great journalistic pieces from great journalism we have in Cyprus, because there are some great journalists in different mediums here, don't reach the right audience. And that's because, as a former journalist, I can say that it's because journalists don't have the time to learn how to utilize these models, or as Kyriakos said, most of the media in Cyprus tend to go over profits than go through the difficult part of pushing forward all the news. So you go over a quick share to Twitter, X, and Facebook, and then that's it. People that are mostly on TikTok or Instagram, or mostly, and LinkedIn nowadays is growing rapidly, they don't get the information. And why is that? Because our news outlets, both in Cyprus and abroad, they have difficult time adapting in these new trends, in these new platforms. They don't go there. And while with not going there, you don't get to go in front of more people. So, and with their attempts, the newer generation finds them that they're lacking or not important enough, so they scroll over. And they might sit on top of a post or a short form video like in TikTok for like some seconds that might have some information into it. And how algorithms work is that even if you click to read the comments under this information post that you clearly understand that it's lies, because you spend some time on that post, the algorithm is just going to continue showing you this type of content and prefer that type of content instead of the truth.
Do you have a question? Because
so my question is, do you believe that with all the trends and attempts from the EU to fact-check the social media sphere, do you believe that there's going to be a point that fact-checking will not be enough? That fact-checking might not become obsolete, but become that needs some time to adjust in this period? Because in recent European elections, we had the European Digital Media Observatory having a task force to go over the misinformation on social platforms. It did well, but their results say that it's just a wave that's going to keep coming and it's going to get worse.
Michael, would you like to make a comment on this?
Yeah, that's a great question, really. So I would like to believe that the EDMO, because it funds us, full disclaimer, it funds the Mediterranean Digital Media Observatory, MEDMO, for the monitoring of the platforms, Facebook, X, and for producing fact checks in collaboration with the Linka Hoxis and the AFP, the French press agency. So I would like to believe, I have an inherent bias, that it's effective. And it can become more effective. So I recognize that it's not as effective as we would like it to be, possibly because there's not enough funding compared to the resources that the enemy outside and within is throwing at this information. But I believe we can improve our engagement methods, we can improve the visibility on social media, we can change the type of the way we write the fact checks. We can create technological tools that allow us to work as early warning systems, allow us to identify viral narratives before they even become narratives, automatically fact check them, produce a video, a TikTok video, combine it with exhaustive text for whoever is interested. There is a vision to make it more effective, but you're absolutely right that we see that it's not as effective as it should be. At the same time, in many cases, at least in the European election, the situation was not, the parliamentary elections, the situation was not as bad. And we saw it, it wasn't as bad as it was in the US 2016 election, or during Brexit, or in some local elections in various peripheral countries. So this may be because of the effectiveness of the measures. I think the External Action Service, the European foreign agencies, foreign ministry essentially, they are doing a good job. They are aware of the issues and the problems, and it can be effective. I'm quite optimistic, but I have a bias. I have that meeting.
Yeah. So there's another question. Yes, Professor Kaliou.
Yes. Hello. Thank you for your discussion on IA and its impact on society and on our politics. I really enjoyed the example given by Professor Nikias that shows, in fact, that democracy is an unfinished endeavor for 2.5 millennia. It is not about tomorrow. I just wanted to bring into the discussion our perspective from a political science, how we view that. And I think what is interesting is that we look at technology as a means to achieve democracy. And there has always been key challenges, whichever was the technological progress, the discovery of printing, television, internet, now IA, has always revolutionized political processes. So that's a big issue, and I think the most important issue for us now is how to preserve the fundamentals of democracy while, let's say, harnessing the potential of IA. Being involved in the designing of IA policy in a global center in Venice, we opted for encouraging students to use IA, so not to prevent it, but to encourage using it, and so get them acquainted with the risk and the potentials of this technology. So that would be my message to these very interesting discussions. And I would like to end with, to seize the opportunity of having our distinguished American colleagues, because Europe and the States are adopting different approaches to this. So EU is trying to regulate, the United States apparently not, or not much. So how would you, what are the pros and cons of both approaches, regulating or not regulating? Again, from our perspective, from political science, the regulating IA is not possible from a technical matter. It just goes up so quickly. But regulating to secure the fundamentals of democracy, here is the real challenge, I think. And I will very much appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, first, I think the U.S. government wants to regulate. I just think they're hitting a wall. And this election has really divided the Silicon Valley has almost always been democratic in the bluest state in the country. That's California. But now the division that we're starting to see is over regulation. And we know the advantage of deregulation or no regulation is technology gets developed with incredible speed and makes extraordinary progress. And the downside of no regulation is it does so sometimes at horrendous cost to individuals and quality of life, and in this case, the truth. And this is a really good example. What AI is developing is rather extraordinary and is going to make systemic change in our society, but it may be at the cost of truth, it may be at the cost, we talked about earlier, of jobs. So clearly, a combination of what the EU's general approach to regulation is and the American would be ideal, but I don't see it coming. And I think, sadly, deregulation or lack of regulation usually prevails. And then the regulators come in later and see what they can stop or push back or reclaim. And I think that's happening here. Although sometimes the EU has been extremely effective at creating costly regulation to where the American American system doesn't want two systems and just gives in, and that's the leverage you really have, which is that we simply want one system that works for everybody. But I think deregulation, we're in an era where deregulation wins.
Great, thank you very much. I'm afraid we've run out of time, and there is another very interesting panel next. So I would like to thank the panelists for your very insightful presentation.
We have one more panel right after the coffee break.
easiest assignment because it's the end of the day and everybody's tired, including ourselves. So we don't have to take the full hour as long as we cover the topics that the four of us already had in mind. And of course, towards the end, I want to open the floor for questions for the panel. But yes, critical infrastructure. And you can see from the panelists that they bring a lot of practical experience from the government infrastructure side, from the military infrastructure side, and also from the academic world infrastructure side. So, so let me begin by asking the first question, and this for you, Panos, representing the government and the government infrastructure, is well, from your perspective, what are the primary actors of conventional attacks? And from your own experience, what are their motivations and capabilities? So let's bring it down at the practical level.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay. We have mainly four categories of threat actors, basically. We have, the first category is the script kiddies. So these are younger people doing experimentation, they do it for fun. I remember I have an experience, previous experience in the financial institutions where it was holidays, mainly Christmas and Easter, we had an increased rate of attacks because these guys were available, they didn't have classes, so they were coming to Cyprus and they start experimenting with us. So this is the first type of threat actors. The second type of threat actors are the phishers. We, especially in Cyprus, the phishing attacks gained too much attention to the media. Still we have them today. There is a number, 5% of the emails the phishers send that they are successful. I remember we had a customer back when I was in one of the banks that the phisher had her on the phone for 45 minutes. He was asking for OTPs, one-time pins. She was, I guess it was an old lady she was giving, and there were transactions in eBay, 10,000K, 10K, in Amazon, 15K, and the lady was keeping giving the OTPs to the fraudster, to the phisher. So we do have phishers. This is the second category, because unfortunately they are very successful to date. And then we have a third category, we have hacktivists. As the hacktivists, they don't agree obviously for the political stances we have, the policies we have. We have hacktivists for big organizations, against big organizations, but especially we have hacktivists against countries. This is one of this is the type of threats that we are having today, where they try to attack to, they think Israeli favored countries, and they try to attack in Israeli favored countries, because they don't agree with this kind of political stance, obviously. And then the fourth category is the corporate or nationwide state actors. Yes, there is this kind of threat actors. They don't want, obviously, to cause a DDoS. It is not their interest. What their interest is to steal data, to collect intelligence, and they are silent and they keep collecting data. because the techniques are very advanced and very slow, it's the most obviously it's the most difficult threat actor to identify and protect from.
Okay, thank you. Coming to you, Major Kalorans, representing the military. And I mentioned that in my talk earlier, that even the U.S. intelligence community strongly believes that there has to be a very strong collaboration with many different agencies to effectively defend against the bad actors. So, from your perspective, how can military cyber defense units collaborate for more effectively with the civilian sectors, so you build a unified response against cyber attacks? And especially, how do you go about doing it here in Cyprus, right?
Okay.
Because that's part of your assignment.
Yes, yes, of course. Before I proceed with my answer, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to participate at this very important and interesting panel. So I would like to give you both. I would like to give you my personal opinion on how we deal, what is my approach for a unified response, and I will try to describe in very, very general how we collaborate as Cyprus MOD on this area. So in order to have an effective collaboration between military and civilian sectors, it's valid, it's vital to address the hybrid threat, of course, and as we know, both sectors often depend on the same systems, such as energy grids, telecommunication networks, etc. So in order to foster our unified response, several approaches on this subject must be addressed. First of all, and most important, is the information sharing. I think you can understand that as a military domain, we have resources on information, especially for threat intelligence, on tactics and etc., that are not so available at the public sector. So it's very important to have a communication channel between the military domain and the public sector in order to exchange this kind of information, since this channel can assist to have faster response on cyber threats, on attacks, etc. Also, it's very important to do joint training and exercises. As we know, the way that military works on hybrid, on dealing cyber attacks, hybrid threats, etc., it's a little bit different in the way that the public sector face it. So it's very important to take these people, put them in one room and let them cooperate and try to merge their way of working in order to have a faster response, to check your frameworks in advance and see at the end what is going on. And I would really like to answer on what we do in Cyprus. 1 month ago, we have organized with the Digital Security Authority and with the Department of Panos, of Digital Policy, we mapped down for the first time our national cybersecurity exercise, the Cyber Cyprus 2024 as we call it, where we brought together the public sector, the private sector and military personnel. We put some injects down and let the people train together. We monitor their reactions, how they collaborate between them in order to work and try to resolve the cyber attacks. We have very, very useful results at the end, and we noted everything down in our effort to try to make all this fine-tuning on our frameworks, in our procedures, in in the general aim of having faster responses and more effective and unified responses on the cyber attacks. Also, as we know, most of the times all critical infrastructure are owned by private companies. So having in mind that, it's very important to have a public-private framework of collaboration in advance in order to be able to bring these two sectors together from before, know how they will collaborate if a private company that is your critical infrastructure gets an attack, how it will react, where it will call. From the first call to the actions, it's very important to keep the time at the minimum level. So that it's very important also for us. And finally, the coordination of legal and policy, it's again one challenge that we have to take into consideration, especially during the establishment of the frameworks. And I'm very glad to mention that our Digital Security Authority of Cyprus that creates our cybersecurity strategy, every time that needs to update or create a law or a framework or something relevant to the cybersecurity domain, gets the advice from everybody, from the military domain and the public sector. So we have frameworks that we believe that they work, and they will work if it's needed. At a certain point of time, I can say that we are building a very strong framework of collaboration between us.
I see. Could I take you one step further with a question related to this? Do you see also Major Kalon as a collaboration with, let's say, the Greek military and even with the European Union? In other words, with entities outside of Cyprus,
yes,
as part of this?
Yes. First of all, as Cyprus Republic, we have enough, let's say, working groups that we are dealing with in the European Union. For sure, with Greece, we have a very good collaboration at the point of MODs between us. We have doing for, I can say, more than 6 to 7 years. 6 to 7 years, we make joint cyber defense exercises. So it's something, and we are also asking the participation of the public sector, at least for Cyprus public domain, to gain more experience. And we have also joined trainings, etc. So for sure, a collaboration also at the EU level and with Greece, it's something that is important, and we are trying to keep it up and increase by the knowledge that it's gathered, and in Greece and in Europe. We are in the military domain, cybersecurity, it's 10 years old, so we need to increase our capabilities as soon as possible. So
also we have to adhere that our national CSERT collaborates with, is part of the European network of CSERT, so we collaborate also at that level. Yes, that level as well.
Coming to you, Angelos, representing the academic side, but just parenthetically, I wanted to say that when I arrived in Cyprus Sunday, and Sunday evening I put the TV on, the news on RIC on TV. The very first news, breaking news, was the hackers, you know, in Cyprus targeting the infrastructures. Yes. And I was standing there, I said, my God, this is the best publicity our conference could have. How important the topic is. We don't need any other marketing for the conference. So, but seriously now, Angelos, again, from your perspective, which are the attack infrastructures frequently utilized in practice by malicious actors?
Well, if I may answer as an academic, then I have to take a step back and put people in context that I'm going to elaborate on.
Okay.
So that's a quite timely question since the trend changes. Before proceeding to that trend, I would like to say that we need to realize that we're dealing with converged systems. We have the blend of, in critical infrastructures, we have the blend of IT technologies with OT technologies. And we have these two words that have recently joined and they merged. So the problem here is that originally OT technologies, and when I say about OT technologies, I mean about operational technologies where we have, for example, actuators, programmable logic controllers, stuff that you don't actually see. They have started getting some internet connectivity, or they have been over-engineered to blend and connect with IT technologies. And this is due to business models, etc., etc. Therefore, we end up in a situation where vulnerabilities and the threat spectrum we had from the IT world has now moved and shifted towards the OT world. So the threat vectors have changed dramatically, and they have expanded and they increased exponentially. So now we are in the position where we need to, apart from protecting the IT setup, we need to protect the OT setup, and we need to essentially re-engineer the OT setup in order to defend against attacks. So the threat vectors have similar ways of mutating themselves. And usually now, and of course with the evolution of the internet, we have infrastructures that are seen as a service. So we have cybercrime as a service, and we have the dark web, and we have lots of hacktivists, and I would call them advanced persistent threat groups that essentially sell their services over the dark web, and people just go and pretty much they pay for a service. So anyone right now, even you in the audience, can go and pay for a service to attack something through the dark web. It's a marketplace.
It is. Can you elaborate a little bit more, because I can't talk much about it, but in one of our USC institutes there is a lot of serious work going on, and part of it is classified by the US government in how you penetrate and monitor the dark web. Do you wanna elaborate a little, because I did see a demonstration of what is going on, and I have to say it's very scary.
It's really scary, and it has
to do I prefer you explain it in your own words.
Well, essentially everyone right now can go and access the dark web through a dedicated Tor router, and they can access dark web. Essentially the way that the dark web works is to exploit some of the unadvertised IPv4 address space in certain cases, and they work through a specific privacy-preserving protocol where users can maintain their anonymity, and they can sell and they can generate new services through the dark web. So apart from that, it's again, as I said, a marketplace. The way that the protocol works is quite privacy preserving. So they cannot be easily tracked, and it's a huge effort by police agencies and other federal investigation agencies to track the hubs of the dark web. Now, it's a huge research topic, but what I was going to say also is that we have another parallel dimension related to the actual networking infrastructure that attackers use nowadays. So if you look at the reports from companies like Thales or other cybersecurity firms like Fujitsu and so on, they have these real-time monitors where they try to find where you have attacks on the global internet. The scary fact is that we see a rapid evolution of what we refer to as botnets. So without even scaring the audience, there is a chance that some of your devices right now are part of the botnet without you even realizing it. So the reason is that we have stealthy malware, we have polymorphic and metamorphic malware that changes according to the environment. This malware can be stealthy in your device, can cannibalize certain of your legitimate processes on your operating system, and sometimes your malware will be instructed by someone to do something. So we have different types of botnets. These botnets can do various types of attacks, not just denial-of-service attacks that we have seen recently. They can essentially use the computational power and they can run intelligent scripts, again AI-driven, that could be done, to steal credentials, to do data breaches, to hijack cryptojacking, to do cryptojacking in the wild, and etc. So we have different types of attack vectors. What I was going to say is that going back to the fundamentals of how we define an attack vector is it's with no doubt that this convergence that I was referring to earlier brings a world that was traditionally isolated, which is the original critical infrastructures like power, water, etc. That they had OT equipment that was never connected to anything, and recently they have been, connected to the internet. So we have new types of vulnerabilities and propagating threat models that take place. So the infrastructures are there, they're running, and we have also other reasons like other factors like open source implementations where people can easily go and find a sample of a malware implementation, they can develop their own malware samples, and they can create new strains and so on.
Okay, Panos, coming back to you, what do you consider the most significant vulnerabilities or challenges in critical infrastructures from your perspective?
Okay, I'll respond, but before let me add on the things Angelo said, because I think he frightened people. Do your patches deploy malware? And I think you will be okay. Okay.
Do that.
Do the core cybersecurity hygiene. Okay. Okay, we do have vulnerabilities and challenges when you try to deploy, let's say, some security controls. Most big organizations do have legacy systems that are coming from the past, where the vendor that has ceased supporting them, or the vendor even the vendor does not really exist. So this is a serious issue for an organization. We sometimes see, my experience is from large organizations, and it happens for large organizations, some decentralized processes, the way the organization has grown up, they ended up with very decentralized processes. Of course, for agility, this is very good. For cybersecurity, this is very bad. We do have lack of skills. We had a chat before with Angelos and Christos Karlonas. In Cyprus, we do have serious lack of skills, and we really, it's very hard to address it because the demand is huge, the supply is very minimal. In the public sector, we do have very slow procurement processes. This is the law. It's very complex to deploy, to procure and deploy a system. So this makes things even harder, very, very challenging, I have to admit. And we do have the supply chain issues. Everybody remembers the pagers issue with Hezbollah. That was a supply chain issue. It happens all the times. You think you trust your supplier, but in fact, they do have their own issues, even though the supply risk management is very difficult to perform, to do, to keep updated. Still, I think the World Economic Forum has supply chain one of the top risks an environment can have. Yes, at the previous discussions, we discussed about reliability of information. I think this is one of the challenges that we have today, especially also with AI. I'm trying to connect it with AI. I mean, the data you get, let's say from your CM, from your SOC, if it's AI-driven, they may not be reliable. So you try to address an incident, and you really don't know if this data is reliable or not.
So essentially, trustworthy AI and
yes.
how you can trust
yes.
information.
Yes, this is a new challenge that is coming with AI, basically.
Yeah. Let me, Major Kalonas, are there any ethical considerations does the military face in using AI for defending the physical infrastructure?
That's a very
I know there are ethical considerations using AI in general, right? But given that your mission is to protect the borders of the country, is to protect the nation, right? Are there any, or is the end justifies the means?
So the problem with the artificial intelligence is that it gets increasingly integrated inside everywhere in the military, and I'm talking about our strategies, operations, systems, etc. So there are a lot of considerations to be taken in account, and I believe that this has to be done on a global level, like the loss of conflict. It should be at the same level of loss, at least for the artificial intelligence, since there are a lot of considerations that needed to be taken into account. There are a lot. I will try to minimize it to 4 or 5, just to try to be short. First of all, we have the autonomy in contrary with human control. We know very well that artificial intelligence can give the opportunity to a lethal system to work autonomously, but it's not at all right, let's say in simple words. People must be engaged on in the loop of decisions and be able at any time of the functioning of that particular system to stop it and take the final action if the missile, for example, will be fired or not. Also, another consideration that has to be taken in account is the bias and the fairness of the AI systems. We know very well that the systems are as good as the data that they were trained on, so it's obligatory to check and be aware that the data that I use to train my artificial intelligence system are valid, because we don't have the ability, we don't have the right to misidentify any threats or prioritize the responses ineffectively. So AI must be developed in a transparent way. It has to be tested in a robust way and to be checked and audited regularly. Also, another consideration is the accountability and responsibility. There isn't the excuse of I didn't do it, I didn't kill 50 people, it's the artificial intelligence that did it. Accountability has to remain on this domain, and yes, the operator is responsible, the commander is responsible, and they have to monitor the artificial intelligence system and have the ability to stop its operation at any point of time. Artificial intelligence must not in any way be accused for the death of a number of people. And also, finalizing, of course, the use of artificial intelligence should be under the ethical of the general conflict, warfare, and the security of the system should be also at a high level, because it's clear that AI systems are based on algorithms. They have their cyber nature, they are interconnected, so it's possible to have a specific AI system being affected and be led to take decisions that are poor and they end up in destruction. So also the security of the artificial intelligence system need to be taken care of.
Yeah. And by the way, I would like to point out here, speaking of AI ethics, now all the big corporations, Microsoft, Facebook, Google, Apple, OpenAI that came out with the chat GPT and so on, they created a new position. They have a person with the title Executive Director for Responsible AI. And this is the person that it's like you have a chief information officer in a corporation. Now you have a person who is the director of responsible AI. And these people are responsible, working with the different divisions of the company on ethical implications of any AI system development. So it's something that is really becoming more organic in a corporate environment. And I think we're going to see it everywhere. Yes. And I'm pleasantly surprised that already it's being incorporated also in the military, which I think is a great thing. So speaking of AI, Angelos, how can AI be utilized from attackers in modern vector attacks?
Well,
and it would be nice if you give us some examples also.
Okay, well, we've got several types of attacks now in the context of adversarial machine learning, as we refer to it. So attackers basically overtake the communication channel with the system, and they manipulate the information sent and received to a given AI algorithm. So for instance, an attacker could change some small values of the smart meter from your household in order to change a bit the shape of the training taking place within an AI model, and therefore the optimization process within the smart grid wouldn't be effective, and this will result to an issue. Another aspect is more in the financial sector as well, where they can manipulate the data associated to how a training algorithm deals with hedge funds, for instance, and they can create chaos in the financial sector on that. There are plenty of other examples. Talking purely from the technical perspective, I referred to earlier to metamorphic malware. So malware that actually learns from the environment. It's using a learning procedure, and based on the properties it identifies within a given setup, it can mutate itself and can have some mutation code generated because of these new conditions. This results to the malware not being easily detected, so this is an obfuscation technique, as we refer to it, and it can evade detection.
Okay.
So that's one of the major.
Thank you. Thank you, Angelos. Panos, coming back to you, what are the challenges you think you will anticipate with AI in the world of cybersecurity?
Okay, because of deepfakes, let's say, the phishing attacks will become much more difficult to address. Imagine we discussed before that 5% of the phishing attacks are successful in pre-AI era. Imagine now that even us, the very trained security guys, do not really understand if something is phishing or not. You see it again, and you really don't understand if this is something legitimate or not legitimate. So this is one of the challenges that AI would bring. Obviously, the sophisticated AI-powered attacks, the attackers now can write easily scripts, they can guide the AI engine, the Gen AI, to create some malicious scripts. So obviously, this is something that would change. The evasion techniques, as Angelos mentioned, it's something that, again, AI would bring to us. Also, data poisoning is something that are of concern into cybersecurity as well, because the result you get would be skewed, would not be the real data. In a SOC center, let's say, the over-reliance to AI, it happens to our personal lives as well, but let's take it now to a pragmatic instance. In a SOC center, if the SOC analysts, let's say, rely too much on AI results, then they will not be able really to exercise their personal judgment to really try to understand and identify if this is something if this is an attack or not. So it will make those skills less capable, let's say.
Yeah. Well, you correctly pointed out the importance of unbiased big data, that you use to train an AI system. I'll give you a very simple example, true story. And this is Amazon set up an AI system in 2012 automatically to do the screening of resumes of people who apply for work at Amazon. So an AI system, instead of a person, will do the first screening of resumes, narrow down to a much smaller set, and then someone will take a look at the smaller set of resumes and then distribute it to the recruiters and so on. And this had been going on at Amazon for 6 years until 2018. And when they went back 6 years and they looked at the data, then they realized that the qualified people that they were hiring, by 90% were males and not females, which raised a flag. Would that be possible? And then when they went back to the AI algorithm that was doing the screening, what they discovered is that it was trained only on big data of male resumes. There was no female resume in the big data where they trained the algorithm, okay? So it's an extreme example, but it's true. So now, speaking of challenges, moving from AI to you, Major Calderas, because we began this discussion about the importance of collaboration between the military and the civil agencies, and even agencies abroad in Greece or the European Union. But these collaborations, they don't come without any challenges. So do you want to share with us?
Yes. Yes, I would like to share a lot about.
Because if you don't correctly manage the challenges, then nothing works in this collaboration.
To be honest, the collaboration between the military and the public and private sector is something that all the time need to be under. You need to work about it. Okay. So there are a lot of areas that you have to increase the collaboration and oversee these challenges. First of all, as we know, we have different legal boundaries. Okay, it's different that the military operates between, let's say, with different legal boundaries, or operational to be more exact, because maybe legal it's a little bit too far with the public sector. So we need to find the common line between our frameworks and be able to coordinate our efforts on facing any attacks that might be hybrid or cyber or whatever else. Also, I was saying before about the information sharing, how good it is to be established and have your pipelines of exchanging information. It's not just simple as that. We know very well that the military has resources that might be confidential, might be not so releasable outside. So yes, you have some barriers on this kind of information exchange. You put some kind of frameworks that restrain the information that gets out, so that you give the value outside, but you keep your data that must be kept inside your organization. It might be confidential, so you keep them aside, but the real juice, let's say, that will help at the end for facing that specific cyber attack or increasing the capabilities at the national level is succeeded by this. Also, another different thing that I noticed as a military person that came from the National Guard and placed at the MOD. Now I am more open to public servants. A lot of friends like Pans, for example. We have, of course, different organizational cultures and priorities. So it's something that we need to collaborate. You need to find the ways. And also another thing that makes a little bit challenging, especially inside the National Guard, is the different decision-making processes. In the National Guard, to be more strict as an environment, we work having in mind of the quick decisions and the rapid response. We use a lot of standard operating procedures that with SOPs, as we call them, that we test them every year to see how effective they are. So in the public domain, there are a lot of bureaucratic procedures that all public procedure has to pass through. So this difference of speeds sometimes causes problems, but we need to collaborate. That's why all these procedure-wise challenges that we say, it's something that we tested at the national exercise that we had last month, because you see in reality how they react, what are the responses, how the public employee executes a certain procedure, how the military guy does the same inside his organization. So it's something that you have to bring together and match the one line with the other in order to be effective and have an effective response to the specific attack. Also, our resources sometimes might be different. Okay, we have a different pool of trainings as military, different pool of trainings the civil sector. We need to exchange our knowledges. It's not something that anybody forbids it.
And it's not straightforward.
Of course, every time. So, and by closing this also, we need to establish from before our clear protocols of communication. It's very important for DSA, if something happens, to which it will communicate and operate the problem. It's something that we have it at the past 3-4 days with the cyber attacks that advertise very well the threats. I saw it working, this kind of collaboration and communication protocol between us with PANUS, with Digital Security Authority, with me. Yes, we have to collaborate and find our protocols from before to be efficient at the end of the day when we need them.
We want to say anything?
Yeah, if I may add
Please
to that. So just also mention that amongst the civil and the actual military operations in the middle, right now, and it's really good to see that. I mean, the University of Cyprus participates in such, initiatives. It's also the fact that the European Defence Fund has started to provide funds for fundamental research to support this kind of cross-sector interface and how to enhance all these operations done. So, I mean, we, for example, at the University of Cyprus, we're working on the federated cyber ranges, so operators could react and communicate through a trustworthy information exchange infrastructure what's happening amongst different EU member states. So that's something that brings in academia and how the academic research fits into this kind of practical considerations.
Great. Major Kalonas, not to put you on the spot, if you're not in a position to answer the question, you don't.
Put it in the basic.
Given the last decade defense collaboration between Cyprus and Israel and between Cyprus and United States, something that did not exist before. Yes. Is there any collaboration in the cyber attacks defense between Cyprus and these two countries? You don't have to answer if you think that is not appropriate.
I'm very surprised that you know that there is collaboration with.
Of course I do.
I can imagine who is the responsible for giving you this information. It might be very too ready. So we have a very good collaboration with both countries the past 2 years, the past 5 years to be honest, with something that it's not, let's say, secret. The National Guard, it was something more or less that was in the news 2 years ago. Our National Guard signed a collaboration agreement with, we call it SPP, with the New Jersey National Guard. So we have a very close collaboration with US. Yes, we have did a lot of things, cyber and not together, and I will stop here. Sure. When we say cyber actions with the other country that you mentioned before, yes, we had a collaboration that at the military sector ended 3 years ago, or it didn't end, to say it, let's say, in a bad way, due to the war situation. It was something that you don't try to collaborate and you have a real-time war happening around you. So we put, let's say, a pause at our collaboration, but it's not just these two. EU also, it's, let's say, our pool of knowledge, and we participate also at EU exercises. Now EDA makes a framework that puts all cyber defense exercises under one agreement, and we are part of it, so we would be able, as Cyprus Republic, to participate at any cyber defense exercise that is organized by an EU member. So this is quite important for us, because we are going to take also a taste of how things are done outside our island, and it's a very valuable information. And also with Greece, we have said it before, yes, we try to collaborate and engage with as many countries as possible to gain experience and knowledge that it's so needed at this point of time for our country.
Yeah, thank you. My last question to the panel is for you, Angelos, and then we open the floor, for questions from the audience. But we're still in the topic of challenges. So which are the challenges associated with the development of AI-driven defense of critical infrastructure?
Okay, well, the challenges are multidimensional, just to start with. They have to do partially with business models. Right. Then we've got technical challenges associated to that. And then we have state level, I would say, strategies, or country level strategies. Now, the stronger out of these three challenges is the business models.
The business model, okay.
That we have. Nonetheless, I wouldn't reduce the importance of the technical challenges. So if I focus on that, just to say that we do have a variety of tools, mathematical tools, to develop AI-driven solutions. If we focus purely on the critical infrastructure sector, the problem is that, as I was referring to earlier, to operational technologies, where it consists from usual IT equipment, the problem we have there is that these environments are typically resource constrained. Therefore, they cannot effectively have all the computation required to do all the processing we need for AI-driven defense mechanisms on spot. Right. And that's one thing. The other thing is that we still didn't resolve fully how we quantify the risk associated to the interface between OT and IT, and this has to be a factor within AI-driven defense mechanisms. And at the same time, it has to do also with the training of operators, because currently AI is a human-in-the-loop process. Yeah. How we use defense mechanisms, and people need to be experienced enough to identify certain challenges and take the decision given by the AI tool and consider it. So that's again trustworthy AI, as we were talking about earlier. So these are, in a nutshell, these are the challenges I see. The other part is, of course, if we go back to the technical challenges, we're still trying to figure out how, for example, you instrument or orchestrate AI in a distributed fashion in these large-scale OT deployments. What kind of protocols you need, what kind of mechanisms you need to add on top, and that's when the things get really complex. So this is my
okay, thank you. Questions from the audience to any one of us? Any questions? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Andreas. I'm from the Directorate of Cybersecurity of the Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy.
It's not a question for me,
no.
Is your question for Panos?
It's basically not that much of a question. It's just something that I want to share with everybody from your question to Panos. As you said about what let's say threats AI brings to cybersecurity, and just wanted to let everybody know of a real life example, not from personal experience, but I've read it on CNN, I think, and I've seen that last February, basically, as Panos said, deepfakes are a threat for phishing emails, and in Hong Kong, a finance worker basically received an email from supposedly the CFO of the company that he works for, right. And he was telling him to basically perform a secret transaction. The worker was suspicious because of training that we said it's needed, but then the CFO said, let's get to a video conference call and we can discuss about it. Then the worker joined the video conference call where other members of the company supposedly were there. He was the only real person there. All of the others were deepfakes. And at the end, he transferred $25 million, I think, to an account. So it is a real threat. It has been realized.
Yep.
Yeah, that's all.
Exactly. That's why the multi-factor authentication, when it comes to the transfer of money, even for small transactions in the United States, and I have experienced that recently, even for bank accounts that are with the same financial institution, they're not going to do it, okay? Even if you talk to them, you do it, and you through secure emails and all that, there will always be a phone call coming to you with a list of security questions that you have to answer, and then they're going to authorize the transaction. So, and the bigger the amount of money, the longer are the security questions. Yeah. So that with E&Y, the big company, you know them, and they have a whole cybersecurity section as E&Y company, and I was in Los Angeles. I was on the phone with the senior vice president of the whole division, and he said to me, Max, more important than how difficult the password is, okay? He said to me, it's not the password, it's the multi-authentication.
Out of band.
Okay? because even if you type the password, whatever it is, it could be A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, okay? And everybody will hack it and knows it. Nothing is going to happen unless there is a second authentication. So the second one is more important than the password. That was his view. And I said, you're right. And that was 3 years ago. And I went back and every single account I had electronically, I put the second multi-authentication. Okay, that I have to get a text or I have to get an email with a code, okay, to verify.
In the previous discussions, the previous panels, I remember an example of voice recognition authentication, which was breached, was referred to. I think because we shall not see everything, not everything is black. I believe that technology would evolve as AI reduces the controls we have. So it will evolve. I'm sure that other biometrics will evolve if AI makes this very easy to breach. So we'll see different authentication mechanisms or different controls, let's say, in the near future coming.
Right, exactly.
If I may add on this, however, I can be the dark side of this. Just to say that all these authentication and nice, security systems, they have certain assumptions about the underlying communication infrastructure. Unfortunately, the internet and the protocols developed in the past were never designed to be secure, but they were designed to be available. Therefore, there is no yet a robust security by design of the underlying infrastructure, neither on the hardware or the network or the software. So we have to keep on tracking on how certain autonomous systems or automated processes are orchestrated, such as to realize every step in order to ensure that there are not security loopholes. Yeah. Because all these things rely on something that enables them. So that's something just to keep in mind.
Any other questions or comments? Yes? Yes, sir.
Yes, I have a question for Major Kalonas. I'm Christos Laudias. I'm with the Kio's Center of Excellence, University of Cyprus, working together with Angelos in that EDF project related to federated cyber ranges. So then the trend, the roadmap that we see now that we're also working for the follow-up proposals under the EDF project is to further increase the introduction of AI in the cyber ranges, right? So in cybersecurity training exercise, so like AI-based red teaming, blue teaming, AI-based content creation, AI-based performance evaluation and scoring. So my question is based on your experience in, from let's say cybersecurity training exercises. I mean, how do you see? I mean, our National Guard and the military in general. I mean, in the European Union, are they ready, let's say, to embrace this kind of technology, AI technology, as part of cyber ranges? And a quick follow-up question is whether you feel that, if some kind of explainability was provided, based, let's say, for example, you have AI-based performance evaluation and scoring, whether some explainability of the results that is provided in this context of cyber ranges would make a difference, let's say, to embrace this technology. Thank you.
Very, very good question. Yes, I'm looking always the evolution from the positive side. Until now, it's clear that we have our own installations with cyber ranges inside National Guard, and we use it without the AI option, of course. It's something under development, as I understood. So why not? We can, for sure, when the program finalizes, why not to try to see what's going on? I'm sure it will generate scenarios and situations that might not be in our list. So it's something that it would be interesting to check and participate. And it's, of course, as I suppose, when the program ends, it's something that you are dealing with MOD in this program. So you have the links. As soon as you finish with the program, or we can test it, of course. Yes.
Okay, Vassos, I think.
Yeah, I've been talking all day, but I think I need to.
I know, of course.
I would like to kind of make a statement. Hybrid threats are, I think we understand, or most of us understand what it is. It's a combination of physical attacks on infrastructure, cyber attacks, or even disinformation issues. And we do see that the European Union doesn't have a comprehensive way of recognizing it, sharing information, and all that. And it's becoming very, very interesting. I think, okay, the US, they have identified their bad actors, the evil states, you know, the North Koreans, Iran, and China, Russia, whatever. In Europe, we have our own bad actor, mainly it's Russia, but also we have a few Arab nations for the Southeast Europe and Middle East. And I see a lot of issues. We've seen that last year with the attack on the gas pipeline in the North Sea, right? And it's not difficult to start making links. What if the physical attack was preceded by a cyber attack in the control centers on either side so that you don't understand the attack, or there was a kind of a campaign that pushed people, made them angry about the lack of energy resources or the rise of price of energy, and then the revolt against the government. And that, I mean, this is becoming a very, very big issue. Right. And I think AI can help, but I'm not sure if AI can actually help in the time frames involved in this. And maybe, I don't know, Angelos or Panos can help us understand this.
Indeed, in European Union, they are ring-fenced. The NIS, the CRA, the CSA regulations do not really mention disinformation or misinformation. I don't know, Nicola, there is a regulation for disinformation, misinformation, I don't know if you remember it. In our case, this is handled by the police, so they are doing the advocacy at the European Union. So it is. I have a seat in NIS as well for the UCS, and indeed it never came in our hands, either as a state or within NISA, the issue of misinformation, disinformation. I think they are completely ring-fenced, possibly because they are handled by different directorates within the Commission. I don't really know why they are not one thing, but they are not. Yes?
From a pure technical perspective, I can see your point also for the AI element of how it can, horizontally address, and capture all the evolutions of these different actors or different dimensions of the problem. I also agree with Panos. I have also, while looking into even if you look at the EU funding schemes, what they are trying to push now is towards a unified information exchange. However, these are segregated depending on the sector. So you have the power sector that has just recently announced the cross-border cybersecurity code, which involves information exchange, etc. And this has nothing to do necessarily with what ENISA is doing in terms of standards and policies. So you see this, you see various bodies that are segregated, and they do their own thing, but there's not yet a unified approach. And it has to do basically with national strategies at the end of the day. And going back to certain, you said about hybrid threats, another example was on how Russia invaded Ukraine. They basically hacked the telecommunications tower that was talking to a power substation in the borders, so they produced a blackout, and that's how they didn't have internet connectivity for their systems to work, and the tanks entered Ukraine. So that was a hybrid threat, and they knew exactly how this ICT telecoms tower was operating due to supply chain knowledge. So yeah, so it's a complex problem. So nice topic.
All right, I think we're coming to the end of. I'm looking at the buses. We passed our time. Yes, sir.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicolas. I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I specialize in the hybrid threats issue. Panos called me in, so let me chip in about the hybrid threats and how EU handles everything. So on the matter of hybrid threats, yes, it can be disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, as was mentioned before, or it could be any cyber attack or any other type of hybrid attack. So there are certain elements, and there is a center for fast sharing information within the EU, also the European Council. So the first one is FIMI, ISAC, which is basically Foreign Information Manipulation Interference and Information and Analysis Center, which was announced 2 years ago, basically February 2023, I think, by High Commissioner Borrell, which is basically gathering reports for every national agency that publishes reports on foreign interference and misinformation, combines them together and publishes them regularly. So there is a way of fast sharing information between states. Now talking only from what is published, I can't talk about anything else. So from what is published, there is also the EU Hybrid Toolbox, as it's called, announced by the High Commissioner Borrell early this year, but it's been under work for years now. Basically, what it is, it's a way where the 27 member states can come together and discuss and activate the hybrid toolbox and select various options from this toolbox in order to guide. These options can go into various aspects. It's not only technical, it can go into political level, sanctions, etc. I can't say more. There is an announcement on the 8th of October from High Commissioner Borrell on Russian hybrid attacks. So if anyone wants to learn more, it's there. And also within the hybrid toolbox, there is a certain element called hybrid rapid response teams, which is basically to coordinate and have preemptive measures before a hybrid attack or a hybrid threat arises. So there are the mechanism, of course, as Panos said before, it's much slower than in the private sector because all the 27 members need to align together, but there is way to call help within the EU and other 26 members if needed. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we come to the end of the panel. Let me end it with an old story, true story. And I was told the story some time ago by a former Assistant Secretary of Defense of the United States, and his appointment was in the 1970s, okay? And actually he said to me, the story I'm going to tell you used to be top secret classified, but not anymore. I can speak freely 50 years later. And I said, what is it? And speaking about attacks on physical infrastructure. The United States Army came up with an innovation, a particular spray, okay? So that if you were to spray a certain region with this solution and there was, let's say, a power grid or a power station, then there would be a blackout. Okay, so you can imagine that's very powerful, right? This is the age before any cyber
security attack issues. So he said the Pentagon one night decided that we have to test it. And it was in the midst of the Cold War, okay? So they picked this power station that was in a very rural area of Ohio, okay? And they said, okay, that evening we're gonna have an airplane fly over, that little spray, and let's see if there would be a power outage. And there it was, it worked. And of course, the next day, the papers, everybody was speculating, how did this happen? Probably, you know, there was something that burned, or probably was an animal on the transmission lines, whatever. And it was a top secret for 40 years who did it. So anyway, I'll let you with this example. Thank you very much. It was a wonderful day, and yeah, I think it's just the beginning, and it's really been wonderful. So thank you, Magnus. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And special thanks to all the organizers again. Thank you.
Thank you all for attending. We had a very interesting day, and we would like also to, at this point, to thank our visitors from the States to express our gratitude with small gifts. So I would like to call Adam first.
There is a, oh, it's yours? Okay. Yes, Adam. We also have little gifts for you guys.
So, the record. Yeah. Then is Adam.
Adam.
Okay. So do you have a Judy here?
For your coffee.
Is Judy here? Yeah. Can you please?
For your coffee. For your coffee. I have some over here.
And last but not least,
it's for you.
Professor Ikias also.
All right. There are two more. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. Let's have a close-in picture also. You all come up here, Anna, or we do it down there? Yeah, we want to close in picture, so we can close in photo.
So thank you, everybody. Thanks for your attention, for staying here with us until the end. This is the official close of the conference. Thank you very much.